Okay, hello again and welcome to Euro Truck Simulator 2 live stream. It seems to be set up and working. I had a little test run earlier, but everything seems to be fine at the moment. What I'm going to do is just check out that things are working okay, so hopefully you won't hear any feedback, but just want to see that I can actually hear myself. And so ever since I did that stream where nobody could hear me, and everybody kept messaging me on Twitter saying, "Can't hear you." Yeah, for some reason the stream's not playing. Okay. Hello again and welcome to. Right, that seems to be Simulator 2 live stream working. Okay. Seems to be set up and working. I've picked up a job, as you do, quick job. I appear to be in a Renault. I don't know what Renault I'm in. I've no idea about trucks. I could tell you what a Stralis and a Euro Cargo and a Daily is, but I couldn't tell you anything about the other Renaults. Oh, I know what a Renault Master is. I just don't know my commercial vehicles, that's all. And it's not something that I'm keen on knowing that much, really, unless it helps me in ETS2. Right, so in a Renault, on a quick job. Looks like it's 3 hours 14 minutes game time to get there, 127 miles away. I think it was actually, let's just F5, no, that doesn't do it. Oh, I'm going from Grimsby to Birmingham now, so that'll be interesting. I'm just fiddling around with the sat nav. It is slightly off screen. Well, it's totally off screen for you guys. I'm on a triple monitor screen, but I've reduced it down to just 2/3 of that for the stream because it's just really not that visible when you put triple monitors on the screen. Okay, just gonna have a quick sip of my coffee before we get going. Gulping that down. And I'm on a different mic today. I'm on a better mic than my usual headset mic, so you probably hear all the sounds. Now, parking brake, that's already off. Let's have a look at the load. So we're pulling away, all looks good. So want to be turning right as we leave this yard. I'm not sure what it is. It looks like a big old gasworks actually. I met my girl by the factory wall, kiss my girl, dirty old town. I don't know why that song comes to mind. Maybe it's features of gasworks. Where have I gone? Nowhere useful. I don't know why I thought that was the road out of here. So, oh, there is a barrier around there. This is crazy. Do I really want to drive through that? Let's have a look. Can I make it through this? I'm going to go to external, just have a look at that. Oh, it looks like I can. That's madness, really. If anything, it's just this trailer caught on here. Looks like I'll be fine. I can't believe that. Right, that's a good professional start to things, wasn't it? Let's pull out of this yard. I'm sure things will get better when I'm out the yard. Now, last time I was playing, I had all sorts of offences for lights on and stuff like that, so hopefully going to reduce all that. Probably going to end up being late because I am going to take my time. God, it feels good to be behind the wheel of ETS2 again. It's been such a long time. Now, where's the sat nav say? Go right. We're okay on the left. The AI is ever so quick on this game. It's unnerving actually. Now I don't seem to have. I've got a rev, or is that a speedo in front of me? My speedo's quite off screen really, so I'm going to struggle to get an idea of my speed. So I'm probably going to get fines. I'm 30 miles an hour at the moment, so 30 miles an hour, and this is a 30. It means actually with my speedo being quite off screen for me to the left, I really have to be tilting my head over to have a good look at that. There must be something I can do. Oh, it's at the bottom there, 16 miles an hour. I'm struggling to see that with my old eyes. Might put my glasses on actually. Always amazes people when I put my glasses on. Just hardly anybody knows I wear glasses. I'm supposed to, but I don't often, if I'm honest. I need to go for another prescription actually. What I need to say to the person, the optician, is here is my prescription last time, this is the prescription I want again, because I'm getting to the age where I won't be able to have laser eye surgery soon, and I also need to have had an unchanged prescription in the last 2 years. Actually, I'm already thinking about it. I don't know if this is a good idea. Well, we'll see. I'll explain it, the whole situation, to the optician. I mean, is it a good idea faking your prescription? Will an optician do that? I don't know. But then I had my eyes done and they were the wrong thing, and I've lost my vision. Okay, I don't really need it that badly. I don't realise how bad my eyesight is until I've put my glasses on. I know that sounds madness, but I've survived sort of 40 years without wearing glasses, so I should be okay. Now, people are overtaking me. Is this a dual carriageway or is this a... Oh, it's 60, isn't it? What am I, 24? So no wonder people are overtaking me. I'm just going straight ahead. A little bit feeling less relaxed than last time, just because I'm stuck behind... You know, I'm not used to driving in ETS2 at all. It'll take me a little while to just become a little bit more relaxed and comfortable with what's going on. I haven't got any mods, so I don't think I've got any mods running, so this is a vanilla ETS2 game. Nice views if I dare look out the window, take my eyes off the road. So yeah, Grimsby. I think I've visited Grimsby before, either passing through or met somebody from Grimsby. She promised me something. I can't remember what it was. It was like a box. I can't remember how we got a conversation onto that. I wonder if she ever got me said box. We didn't see each other at university. We didn't see each other again. Maybe I just stopped going to lectures. I can't remember why, but yeah, I don't know much about Grimsby. I'm trying to avoid the fact that all I know about Grimsby is from the film Grimsby, which probably isn't the best portrayal of Grimsby. I don't know. If you're from Grimsby, how accurate is the film Grimsby? Okay, so we are just on this A road, basically, just following it through. It's supposed to be doing 60. I am 30. There is a services coming up. Should I pull over at the services? I presume fuel's okay. Let's just get this, just on the remote chance that there is chat on the Twitch, I'm just going to bring up the app. No, this is nerve-wracking. That fingerprint, I've put a cover on my phone. This is just horrific. Okay, and it's one that's supposed to work with a fingerprint. It's like a 3D glass one, so shaped like the phone, and it's supposed to work with the fingerprint, but it's so intermittent. Oh my god. Okay, there we go. What I don't want it to do is hog up bandwidth. It seems to be working. Trying to drive at a slow speed here, just to not incur any problems. Okay, there we go. Oh god, wrong side of the road there. Okay, so I can periodically check for that. be nice to have a live viewer or two, and I wouldn't want to put them off by not responding to chat. But again, my principal aim is just to record these. Actually, I just want to record a few games. Once I've done a few hours, I'm not going to be so fussed, to be honest. Although I do like to record the battlefield, just for those rare moments that I can. I'm trying to make a montage of awesome battlefield kills, really. Just occasionally, in a 1 hour session, I'll pull out one or two things that are awesome. I had a really rubbish session on Battlefield 5 earlier. What is that up there? I wonder. Perhaps a water tower or something like that? Well, I don't know. Now, what goes on there? I turn my head left, and then do I turn my hands right? I didn't really need to touch the wheel once I turn my head. Oh, I'm left foot braking a lot, and I mean I don't have a clutch on this pedal set, and all the trucks are automatic. I am looking at a wheel and a H shifter and all that sort of malarkey, but just for costs. Because I'm looking. It's about 400 quid really, and it's a lot to justify on a gaming wheel, on principle more than anything. So, whereas this wheel cost me 30 quid, and really all I gain, I gain quite a lot for racing sims, but all I gain on Euro Truck Simulator 2 is basically a stick shifter for the gears. Well, actually, I'm sort of bit lazy and like the fact that it's automatic. Maybe it would make it more challenging and more immersive, but I imagine most trucks are automatic nowadays really, so do I need that level of challenge just for the sake of it? However, on the rally sims, oh yeah, it makes a difference to have your own gears. But I have got the flappy pedals, but it just means that with the flappy pedals it's not easy to drop from 5th to 2nd, whereas you have to really flat down. Ooh, it's quite speed up here. I'm just going to. Now I think I've configured this wheel wrong. I think I've sort of put a dead zone in, but all that dead zone does is mean it doesn't register the first sort of few degrees of a turn. So I might just need to change that actually. Oh, and look, there's a services coming up, so why not? Because I don't think I need a dead zone, really. It seems to be okay. You might have a dead zone built in, so let's have a look. Just park it over here. Okay. Put the brake on. Is the brake on? I don't know what brake that is. Yeah, parking brake. Okay, let's just go into settings and let's have a look at the options here. Controls and steering sensitivity. Let's just whack that down a little bit. Non-linearity. That I think I want up a bit. So adaptive automatic transmission. Let's have a look at what that does, because, and let's just take this dead zone down a bit. Okay, I don't think there is a save, you just sort of exit out. So okay, let's just exit out that. Let's go back to driving. Okay, so, ooh, I don't know about that non-linearity. We'll see how we get on. Parking brake. Okay. Come fast along this road. Use a 60, I suppose. Already feels a lot better actually. Whatever that combination of stuff. I presume the non-linearity means that sort of movements early in the wheel are small movements, and the bigger the movement in the wheel, the even bigger it sort of turns overall. I didn't really explain that very well. In my head I know what it means. Okay, yeah, that feels a lot smoother drive. It's amazing the difference that can make. And you know, I am getting into my rally sims. Am I turning off left here? No. I'm getting into my rally sims in a big way. I'm really enjoying rally driving, and much more than I'm enjoying sort of track driving. Although saying that, I really want to get into F1. I'm not a huge fan of F1 on the TV. In fact, I really do find it quite dull. But for some reason, when I look at the sim stuff, I've got really interested. Now actually what F1 did, I think it was in 2021 or 22, they did a virtual sim racing sort of meet, at least one anyway, and that was quite strange seeing like Jensen Button etc. on a simulator. That was really weird actually. But yeah, I just like the F1 stuff on sim, and maybe as I get more familiar with it on sim, I'll start to appreciate it in the real world. And apart from that, I do like some quirky stuff. I mean, there is so many different types of motorsport. I'm not fussed about like the whatever it is in America. I think it's called the Indy 500. I know it's got a huge fan base, at least in Indianapolis, but that sort of stock car racing, just not fussed about that for some reason. It seems, I don't know, it just doesn't seem the same. But the rally stuff just seems technically so demanding. And when I've looked at YouTube, like first-person view videos of people like Ken Block, they're just mind-blowing. Yeah, so I do want to get into the rally sim stuff, so I do need to upgrade my wheel for that. I need a really good force feedback to feel the road through the wheel, to be honest. So yeah, I think the sort of budget entry into that arena is a Thrustmaster wheel, and you're looking at about £400. So I'll go for it. I will go for it, but I'll just try and get the most out of this wheel basically. I do still run an Xbox 360, and that wheel won't be compatible with the 360. This wheel would be, but I'm just sort of thinking, yeah, do I want two wheels and just keep this just for the off chance that I fancy gaming on the 360, or really have I got to admit to myself that the 360 is dead now? The reason I kept on to the 360 is, out of all the games I've ever purchased, I've only actually begun playing half of them, and even though that half I haven't really completed yet, so I'm sort of, and then I just jumped into the Xbox One. So I don't know if I just want two wheels cluttering up the place. And also there's another risk actually, a quite significant risk, is, you know, all the gear and no idea. I end up just buying this wheel for the sake of it because I've read reviews and things like that, and then I don't use it, type thing. There is that risk, and I do tend to do things like that. I got massively into vinyl early in the year, went from a collection of nothing to about 250 records in the space of like 3 months, and then I haven't actually played a record for at least 6 weeks now. I haven't bought a new record, I haven't played a record, and I do love vinyl, don't get me wrong, but I've sort of moved on to reel now, so I do have a habit of sort of accumulating stuff, ticking a box sort of thing, and then moving on, and I really don't want a £400 box ticking exercise, so I've got to make up my mind, you know, do I really enjoy driving and racing sims that much, or is it what I suspect, I'm going through a phase at the moment and I'm just really sort of indulging in this phase, and I think that's probably the case, really. Although it feels so nice to be back behind this truck wheel, really nice. I love this view as well. It's quite surreal. It's just so safe because you're obviously just sat at home. You get a nice view. It just feels so immersive. I'll probably never drive a truck in my life. I was just thinking, is there somewhere abroad that sort of has a more relaxed approach to HGV licensing? Probably. Right, I didn't need to slam on the brakes there. I'm left foot braking, basically. Okay. Ah, M6 to Birmingham. Already. But that's it's sort of a small world, isn't it, in ETS2? It's not a full-size world. So, here we go. Are we clear? Looks like we're clear. AI has a nasty habit of not really moving across. So we're joining the M6, but we've come from the northeast. So we must have headed, west then, I presume. I don't know why I'd have thought from Grimsby it's M1, M42 maybe. Now, I spent a lot of time in Birmingham actually, 10 years. So see if I'll recognise anywhere in the city. I don't think the games model, I don't think the models of the cities, etc., are really that accurate in this game, in fairness. Coming off here. So probably want to be doing less than 50. Looks like a tight turn, that. Yeah, these are all tight turns. It would be nice to see the actual motorways modelled. I mean, you'd have to probably model the Spaghetti Junction around here. Okay, we'll get it down to about 20. That feels good. The AI just flies around these corners, really. Okay, survived that. Oh, and we're there. We're in Birmingham already. Well, coming up to the destination. That was quick. Yeah. I mean, I'm pleased. I wouldn't want to actually sit there for 3 hours in real time to do that one journey, because I might as well just train as a HGV driver if I'm going to do that. I know that's a bit strange, isn't it? So I'm sort of pleased that it's reduced it, but it'd be nice if it sort of modelled the cities a bit more intricately. So if I'm coming off on the M6, I'm trying to think here. Is this Star City? Will I be passing Star City? Maybe. That's a horrific place. It's like a shopping mall with a cinema, I think, from what I remember. But oh my God, there's like riots and stabbings and all sorts of problems out there. It's yeah, it's not a nice place to be. I've been fortunate on the couple of times that we've gone, but you know, yeah, it does feel it actually. It does feel like that Star City sort of area. Saying that, be interesting if there's any sort of known landmarks around the place as well. I doubt it. I mean, looking at the sat nav, doesn't look like Birmingham's particularly big. Don't know what that area is there. Okay, let's turn right. Haven't been to Birmingham for yonks actually, and I do like that feeling of pulling into Birmingham and just knowing some of the places. It almost feels like a second home, really. I've stayed in a few places in the UK, various lengths, and I think sort of Chesterfield is definitely the feeling of home. Then Birmingham, I would say, is second home, and then Surrey. Oh, I'm going left actually. Yeah, I like going down the A3 and start to see Guildford actually. Where am I going from here? What have I just got? Headlight usage offensive. Offence. Well, now okay, this is interesting because. Right. Probably should have put the headlights on then. So I can't remember how much that fine was, but that's these fines are adding up, you know, because I've made virtually little profit on my last job. Okay, I can't see where I'm supposed to be heading to, so I think I'm turning right here. Yeah. I would like to know some of the really worthwhile mods. I mean, I've heard of people running 300 mods at one point in time, so I'd like to know what sort of stuff is definitely worthwhile. We'll go for the 90 XP and manually drop it off, because I need to level up. I found on my I seem to have been downloading a lot of games recently and the computer's getting full. Even though I doubled my hard drive space, well, basically doubled my hard drive size, and then just started downloading games and have practically filled it up. It's amazing how much space games use. And as I was rooting through things to clear, I found my ETS2 save from a previous game, but I haven't bothered restoring that because I don't sort of mind starting afresh, really. Ooh, this is going to be a situation of reversing it, so how much space have I got in this yard? Plenty. I'm just not very good at reversing at the moment, anyway. I'm sure I'll get better. Okay. It'd be interesting. Can I reverse this without looking out at the truck from like a God view perspective? I mean, I think this is a relatively easy one because I'm just going to straighten up. Yeah. So if there is one I can do, it's going to be this one. Let's get that straight. Looks straight-ish. Okay. So, let's just do left hand down for a second. Oh, probably want to reverse. That'll be a good start. Okay. That's the left hand down. Now we'll do, yeah, let's just go properly left hand down. No, I'm not going to be able to do this. I mean, how am I? Crikey. Oh. Okay, let's go right. Let's go right hand down. Okay. No, I'm forgetting which one's reverse and which one's forward. Now, let's go properly right hand down. No. Oh, this is pear-shaped. Okay. Next time we'll try that out. Now, right hand down, reverse. Keep the right hand down. I mean, I'm sort of pleased that my brain's got the capacity to sort of figure out this procedure as it is. I don't know if I had a stage where I got completely muddled with it. It is very confusing. I find it very difficult to... You either can think spatially or you can't. And I can, typically, I suppose, but I just... Whoa. Okay. Now, come on. What's green? Just let the reverse slip a bit. Okay. Let's take the engine off. Let's get back in the cab. We'll uncouple the trailer. Okay. Right, so I can't remember how much that fine was, but does it say? It doesn't say. We've got 3,800 euros. Proficiency 155. Almost at level 4, but it doesn't say that fine. Okay. Oh, got an email. We can help you grow from the bank. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah. Really, I mean, this is my real life thing. Don't like borrowing money. I get that businesses leverage money, and that is the point. I mean, most sort of corporations now just rather borrow and lease and own, but I just don't like funding the banking system. Okay, so we've got a lot of jobs here. Let's try and get a nice. Well, I'm sorting them by price actually. So this one here, that's a well-priced job. That's 3,000, and that's only an hour. I wonder why that's so cheap. It's tractors, 11 ton. This one's a 16 ton, but it doesn't really say what it is. Reservoir tank. I think my mouse is double clicking accidentally, you know. Yeah, it is, which is a bit frustrating. That's caused me no end of problems and stuff, but I've had this mouse for about 8 years. In fact, I bought 2 of them. I like them so much, and when one of them failed, I went on to the second one, but I kept the old one. And then when the second one failed, I sort of amalgamated them both into a mouse. So this is just, so it's not the original as such. But I really enjoy this mouse. I know that's sad, and you can't buy them again. And it goes with a keyboard, the whole thing's all in one, so I'm really reluctant. So I might end up paying, 60 quid for a used one off eBay. Where are we going? We're going straight ahead out this yard. This looks complicated, this yard. Let's have a look around actually. Yeah. Oh, okay, and that's our load. It's not massively heavy. But yeah. Okay, well, let's get things started. Now, are the lights on? That's a lot clearer to see, yes. Okay. Now, what's this? This is a Volvo. This already feels quite nice. It's a smaller cab. I think they would say this is a day cab. I don't know if the other one was a day cab or not. Not really sure how to get out this yard, so I'm just going to sort of drive around and hopefully an exit will present itself. I do seem to be going the wrong way round the whole thing. What's this? It's like an open cast mine or something. It's all that there. Yeah. Don't know. Oh, should have put my foot down really. I'm struggling up here now. Miles an hour. I'm convinced my speedo is not showing that. I've got revs. Oh, maybe it is. 10, 20, 30 at the top there. Okay. Just remember 30's at the top. Oh, found an exit. Okay, cool. At least we've got the sat-nav on screen. I don't know why some trucks have a sat-nav and some don't. You'd think, I mean, other than them being built in, you'd think the ones that don't have them built in, you'd just be able to have a sticky sat-nav on there. Opportunity missed for some sponsorship, I'm sure, from either TomTom or Garmin in this game. Let's just get their label on that sat-nav. 30 mile an hour zone. We're okay. So I haven't really driven at night before. What I'm going to do is just reset the old headset display. There we go. Just do that occasionally to where my head's found its new centre. Oh. Going left at the top here. That should be a nice pleasant drive at night time actually. Can I get the full beams on? I think so. I don't think you get in trouble with having the full beams on. I don't know what that's in real life, if it's actually, I mean, I turn full beams off when I'm seeing vehicles are either in front of me or coming the other way. But I mean, I suppose the legality or not is the courteous thing to do, but I don't know if it's actually illegal to have your full beams on when somebody's coming the other way. I can't remember where this load was because my mouse accidentally clicked it, but let's just assume it's, as well, we know it's going to be Liverpool or Plymouth, well, we think, anyway. It's a 3-hour drive, 143 miles away, so I don't know. It's a nice light load because I can already feel, you know, I've got some good power when I put my foot down. That either means it's a powerful truck or a light load. Oh, okay. Well, that rules that out. It's either Liverpool or Birmingham. Liverpool or Birmingham? No, they're terrible. It's a terrible accent. I am slamming on the old brakes because, like I said, I'm left foot braking a bit. So maybe I should just take my left foot off, relax it. What has happened there? I actually hit a police car, and how much was that fine? Okay, well, I didn't see him coming in fairness. So, sorry Mr. Officer. Okay, did I not look right? Maybe I didn't, maybe I just made an assumption. Okay, so I've taken my left foot off, and that's just relaxing. And we'll see if I'm just driving that little bit smoother when it comes to braking. Put my full beams back on because I can't see anything. Yeah, it's a bit awkward actually. Let me just move these pedals forward actually, because I say it's awkward, but I think it's just I've got the pedals quite close to me. Let's get set up properly. That's brake, that's accelerator. I will have to lift the foot, but yeah, I can work with that. Okay. Alright, looks like fuel's okay, so I'm not going to bother pulling over that. I'm sure for these short distances I'll probably leave every yard with a full tank and be fine. When I own my, I don't know what the incentive is to own your own truck. I presume it's just to charge, you know, earn more per job really if you're owning your own truck. Ooh, he's overtaking me there, nice overtake. I don't know how the AI knows when it's clear to overtake. If it, I wonder how they've programmed that in. If each AI sort of instance vehicle knows there's just no other vehicles on the road, or if it can only see so far ahead. Quite regularly, the AI attempts to overtake, and then has a doubt, and stops it. Okay, just yeah. Seems to be braking okay. Alright. I mean, better braking, but now I'm conscious about the braking, so. I mean, for anybody who isn't a driver, the left foot braking issue is because you tend to put your foot quite hard on the clutch, really. So when you're left foot braking, you tend to put your foot quite hard on the brake and not just gradually increase it. And then the other issue is, if you're used to driving manual or stick shift, however you want to call it, that lorry, I'm going to try and keep pace with that lorry up ahead. When you start to really bring yourself to a stop, you tend to put the clutch down in a vehicle. So when you're left foot braking, the closer you become coming to a stop, the more you're slowing down. You then tend to apply even more brake, which actually you should be doing the opposite and just easing off the brakes. One of the things I learnt on this driver awareness course is braking efficiency at speed, and the faster you're going, just how inefficient your brakes are. They're just rubbish, basically. Brakes at 90 versus brakes at 20 miles an hour. 20 miles an hour, you slam your brakes on, bring you to a stop. At 90, you slam your brakes on, it'll bring you to like 80 miles an hour, if you don't spin out, of course. Keeping pace with this truck ahead, nicely. Just feels an uncomfortable speed to be driving at, for me. I can just guarantee he'll slam on his brakes and I'll go into the bathroom. Now, I've got a speeding fine. I'm keeping pace with him and I get a bloody speeding fine. Why did I get a speeding fine? I mean, was I doing over 50? Oh, maybe it's something to do with the load I'm carrying. That's great. So everywhere I go I seem to have a police escort fining me. I'm going to lose all my earnings to fines. This is what's happened before. So I'll just drive at some silly pace everywhere now. I actually feel quite annoyed about that. It's only a game. And I do. And that innate feeling of fairness that we all have has now been horribly abused. Sat-nav's not clear to me. I'm going straight on. Maybe I'm turning off. What would be cool is if you could, like, do things like with the sat-nav where you put on novelty voices and stuff like that. I had Joanna Lumley on mine in the vehicle. I did like Lumley's voice. Lumley's fantastic. I had Jean-Luc Picard from Star Trek, Patrick Stewart, on there at one point. I don't know if it's the actual people. I suppose it would be if they've got to. If they're going to advertise it as being Patrick Stewart, then you probably end up having to pay Patrick Stewart. But if you advertise it as like a space captain's voice that everybody knows it's Patrick Stewart, you probably just get a cheaper impersonator in. Okay, I'm not going to make the same mistake. I can't see any road lights, so it's not my fault if you crash into me, because it's your fault for not having the lights on. Again, I cannot remember. Oh yeah, it's not I can't remember. I never knew where we're going because the mouse chose the job for me. Put it down to karma. Maybe some incredible things going to happen on this journey. Who knows? I doubt it. Something revelationary. Revelatory, maybe. See an apparition. Lovely bit of dry stone walling on the left there. I had a long conversation with a stone sculptor a few weeks back about dry stone walling, and recommending that she goes to the National Stone Centre where they've got a selection of dry stone walls to look at. Yeah, it's relatively interesting. One of the guys a few streets away has had a dry stone wall put in, quite marvellous. See it go up over the few weeks. I think they're quite complicated. There's one, as you walk towards the canal, there's one that's collapsed, and it's been collapsed now for quite some time. Like, 2 or 3 years since I've been doing that walk, and I presume it's just time consuming to put it back together, or you've got to have somebody who knows what they're doing or whatever. I think it's no easy thing, dry stone boarding, but they are beautiful actually. It's a shame that they're so complicated, because it's something I love seeing in Derbyshire in the Peak Districts actually. I really, it just seems so quintessentially English, and I don't even know if it's an English invention or not, or if they're more prevalent in other parts of the world. Don't confuse this live stream for being interesting. Topics of conversation: UK motorways, dry stone walls. What else is there? What else can we talk about? Brass shovels. I'll talk about my brass shovel collection next. I don't have a brass shovel collection. I will look into it though, if that is a hot topic. Oh, it seems like I'm going quite fast here actually. I'm getting quite nervous. I get nervous, jerky movements on the wheel. Strange that I like my racing sims, and you're driving at sometimes like 200 miles an hour, and then I'm quite happy tootling along behind the wheel of a truck. And I'm probably enjoy this ETS2 more than I do the racing sims. Well, I suppose it just depends what mood I'm in, but I've been looking forward to ETS2. I had a problem with the wheel basically. Every time I plugged it in, it crashed the computer, and it made it seem like it was the graphics card that was the problem. But yeah, it was just a driver issue. So if you are rocking a Thrustmaster Ferrari 458 Italia racing wheel that's for the Xbox 360 and PC, and you're having a problem using that in Windows 10, then the solution for me was to use an Xbox 360 driver from 2009 instead of the one it was loading from 2019. So there you go. I hope that's saved somebody somewhere a headache. Beautiful lights there. Very rarely do I appreciate stuff from the man-made world, shall we say. I'm not a city person because I love seeing nature. I love the natural world. Now it's quite strange because you could argue that man is of the natural world, and therefore whatever man creates is part of nature, but I sort of downplay the beauty of human creations. I think unlike you typically, I like good architecture, don't get me wrong, I do. I like exciting and novel architecture. What speed am I going at? I was doing less than 30 anyway. The Eiffel Tower, that sort of stuff, you know, some of the iconic buildings and bridges. Actually, since I started playing a game called Polybridge, I sort of looked at YouTube videos of bridges around the world, and I was like, yeah, they're impressive. I think it's some in some Dutch bridges that are pretty cool, but some out like Norway and places like that are just absolutely beautiful. Just really seem to fit in well with the landscape, like a sculpture, really. But on the whole, I sort of don't really rate human-made stuff, really. I often see it as just like an eyesore. You know, you like this beautiful landscape here, and then it's just sliced through with a concrete road. But occasionally there are things that do catch my eye, and I just think that is beautiful. Sometimes cities can look beautiful at night time with the lights, and I think it was like the character Dolores in Westworld who said, you know, it's like a carpet of stars. And I just thought, yeah, that it can seem like that in some cities. But on the whole, I tend to. My desire is to evade signs of civilization as much as possible. Now, how am I? It's a bit confusing again. The sat nav. I think I'm going across the A4. It's like the A483. I'm going across it and then coming onto it. Okay, that's probably not that confusing. I don't really have to indicate because there's only one way to go. You never know when the police are lurking around to find me. So let's do that. Liverpool. Okay. Now Liverpool's a beautiful city actually. It really is beautiful. Such fantastic buildings. I put it on a par with Edinburgh actually in terms of beautiful older buildings. And the old buildings are absolutely beautiful in some of those cities. Maybe it's just the modern man-made stuff. It all seems to be so cheap and efficient, even though I'm sure that with these modern skyscrapers like the Burj Khalifa, I don't know if I've pronounced that right. You know, I'm sure they're quite expensive, but it just seems like so efficient use of materials. I like seeing stuff made out of stone and brick. Okay, he's trying to overtake me and I'm putting my foot down. In fairness, that's not working out well. Oh, that's lovely. Actually, the reason I'm doing this, and it's quite late really, I'm recording this and driving around the truck, is I accidentally had a caffeinated coffee and I forgot about it, so I made myself a caffeinated coffee. I only realised when I went back down to the kitchen. I forgot about it and then drank it and necked it about an hour after I made it, so it really is late. And if I have a caffeinated coffee after sort of 2 o'clock in the afternoon, it will keep me up. Caffeine's a really strong substance. I'm sure there was a comparison made and caffeine was like, you know, in certain metrics the same strength as cocaine. It just really is a powerful stimulant. Again, just another legalised stimulant. Probably because caffeine isn't going to rot your nose away or whatever, I don't know. But, oh, where am I on the sat nav? I'm okay. Yeah, so I've just ended up staying awake really. And I was trying to set up this sim to get it working because I was getting a bit frustrated with the idea that the wheel and everything. And once I got it working, it was late, and I thought, you know what, I've put all this effort in, I deserve a go myself. So we'll have a go up until I get the simulated effects of backache, etc. And I'm already oh god, glad I missed it. Right, last time there was a vehicle blocking an exit. I took that exit, and you know what, let's just have a look down here. Yeah, and I think there's traffic on there. No, I didn't check my mirrors before I slammed on the brakes, so I was just assuming that behind me the AI would. See, and there's a vehicle blocking the exit there as well. I just thought last time it was an inconvenient place to park, but actually you can't get onto that exit. So now I need to reroute. And I don't know where my destination is. Oh, but the sat-nav's rerouting me anyway, so that's all good. So hopefully it's a junction. I used to drive a lot around the UK, and I don't so much nowadays. I'm just a home boffin really, and I always think I was so lucky how much driving I did to never get caught up in traffic. But on the rare occasion that I did hit traffic, the mistake I would make is trying to shortcut when I don't know shortcuts. And I'd shortcut through all sorts of places, and the shortcut would be about 3 hours, and by the time I got sort of back en route, I've done the calculations, the traffic's gone, and it would have meant me just sitting in traffic for an hour and a half in standstill. But I cannot bear sitting in standstill traffic. I'd rather add an hour onto the journey. and go a long way round than literally have the handbrake on in a traffic jam. It's horrible. Coming off here. So maybe the destination was Liverpool then. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah. What was it? I can't remember. This is where basically it's that time of night when my brain starts to fall asleep. Part of my brain's falling asleep and part of it's being kept awake by the coffee. I don't know which bit's doing what. Like a dolphin basically. Half my brain's asleep, half of it's awake, so you'll be lucky to get anything coherent from me, that's for sure. Should I be behind the wheel of a HGV in this state? Possibly not. Could have a 2-minute nap. I'm going to help myself to an apple in a second. That's the highlight of my meagre existence nowadays. Eating apples. It's like a penance for all the indulgence I've had over my whole lifetime. Now I'm on to just health foods only. Which does mean, actually, I've completely nowadays lost the taste for... I don't know if I've had a favourite chocolate, really. I had a staple chocolate, which was Snickers. Marathon. God, I saw a Marathon at a car boot. I mean, how long has that guy had that in his cupboard for? Bloody Marathon. I should have bought it just for the, you know, the nostalgia of having a Marathon. I didn't contemplate buying it. He was probably selling it for a vintage price. I didn't ask him how much it was, because I'm going to keep my full beams on because I got Fido. Oh God, I swerved right over then. Liverpool discovered. Okay. Oh, it'd be nice if we went past the docks. The docks are beautiful in Liverpool. I've only seen it once, but they were beautiful. No, I think I've been to Liverpool twice actually. One on a visit and one just flying out. From the airport, and had a bit of exploration. Liverpool is fantastic. I love the people from Liverpool. They are superb. I know you shouldn't really generalise about a bunch of people, even if it's positive, but Liverpoolians are smashing people. They all seem to have such a wicked sense of humour. Nearly crushed a car then. Okay, turning right here. Let's go for it. Don't start. Oh, you can see me turning, so don't end up getting me fined. Okay, well, we've got here. This is Liverpool. Another gasworks by the looks of things. Okay, only get 40 XP for dumping it. It's just ahead. We can do that. Where is it? Yeah, I must have departed from Liverpool earlier. Or this just feels like... No, it feels like the place in Grimsby that I kept, when I did that Grimsby to Birmingham run a little bit earlier. Okay. What's it saying here? Oh, it's giving me the option to skip. It's not got, obviously not got a lot of confidence in me there. I haven't got a lot of confidence in myself either. So let's have a look. Can I see the space? No. I'm not going to do this through the in-cab view. I'm going to have to go external. Okay, so do a right hand down jobby. Oh, or reverse actually. So right hand down. Let's reverse. Push that way. Do a left hand down now. Push that way. Okay. We are lined up and we're not really. That was terrible. Is it going to green me? It's not, is it? Okay. But this will get the job. on just by straightening out. Right and down slightly, and then left and down, and that should do it. We'll unfasten that trailer. Okay, Cardiff to Liverpool, 170 miles, levelled up, excuse me, hit level 5, and yeah, don't know what else that is really, made €4,000. Okay, that's cool. Oh, I get to upgrade skills now. So let's upgrade, I'm sure I've done this before, let's upgrade the long distance. Let's do the high value. What's the eco driver? I don't know what that is. No, let's not go crazy on the high value. Let's go a bit more on the long distance. Okay, so in fact, I'll drop. Right, deliveries up to 217 miles. Okay, 528 miles. So we get some good runs. Maybe we'll get to go into Europe or something. I'll apply those skills there and have a look at the job market. How much money do I have in the bank actually? Where am I? 30,000. I don't think that's enough to buy a truck. So we'll just have to keep taking jobs. Now I'm going to sort this by distance, actually route length. So let's go route length at the top. Calais to Lille is the smallest route, so I'm going to be over here. Oh, that's not really that long. I'm surprised actually. Okay, so what is that in terms of a length? That's only, doesn't say the mileage, it's only an hour and a half anyway. Oh, 155 miles? It really isn't a long length, is it? It would be nice to get some European jobs on the go though. Are there any jobs that do the reverse and take us into? Yeah. So that's from Calais to Paris, and then maybe we'll get some nice jobs from Paris to somewhere like Bruges, or we'll see. Oh yeah. Oh, ass is aching. I lowered this chair actually, but I might just raise it up a little touch. Yeah. Okay. Seem to all be good. Let's just wave to that webcam, see if that's working. Yep, that's all working, that's all good. So, what I'm going to do, get this mic out my face. I'm going to have my apple actually. See, eating an apple, I've instantly turned this into an ASMR video up there. Right. Got the lights on. Full beam, why not? Doesn't feel right when you put the full beam on like that. Sat nav saying go left. Oh yeah, we're abroad, so I'm on the left-hand drive at the moment. No idea what my load is. Didn't pay attention to that. Should do. In real life you do. Okay, so probably should have looked. Just didn't feel like anything was coming. It's a good apple. Changed brands of apple. I was so disappointed with, I can't remember what I was eating before. Brayburn. And it's not sharp enough, so I've gone back to my old favourite Granny Smith. Which, I could be wrong, I could be filling you with misinformation here, but I think Granny Smiths... Ooh. Let's bring that to a stop. Were actually accidentally discovered by somebody discarding apple seeds in a bucket. Now, on Gardener's Question Time, GQT, for those who are familiar with it, I'm sure the guy said apples vary so much, it's very hard to grow a sort of identical apple. Bloody hell, this is a busy junction. So basically, you get an apple and you plant it in your garden. They're very hard to grow, an apple tree, relatively. But I got the impression, what's going on here? I don't like this head tracking. That's better. What am I in? Is that a Sarl? No, it's a Scania? I don't know what it is actually. Let's have a quick look around the front here. Scania. I don't know why I thought it was a Saab. Must be a similar looking logo. Yeah, you plant. If I took these seeds from this apple and planted it in the garden and grew an apple tree, its apples would taste very, very different to this apple. I don't know why. Something to do with genetic variation or something. There we go. We've had the conversations now. Apples tasting different. UK motorways. Dry stone walling. Just wait for the next riveting topic that enters my mind. She's going to let me in? She's got no choice, I'm going for it. 90 kilometres an hour. So what's this speedo in then? That's in kilometres an hour and I'm doing 50 by the looks of it. Am I? 30. Oh, I've got. Oh, it's in miles per hour. It's a shame it doesn't auto adjust anyway. So 38 miles per hour. On my little info screen. I think I'm going Paris, aren't I? I was surprised that there was no longer jobs available to me, to be honest. I had to slam the brakes on a little bit there. Because it said I've unlocked the 500 mile jobs. It should be a good run of the UK, tip to toe, but also significant in Europe. So I don't know why I've got the piddly jobs, but I think there's only so many jobs in each place available or something, or you can only get a job when you're in that place. If I end up in Paris, we'll see if there's some longer jobs. Absolutely love a tangy apple. That's perfect. Fantastic. Okay. Oh yeah, Paris. Oh, last time I went to Paris, and Blockbuster was on the screen, on the stream with me. Turned out you couldn't see the Eiffel Tower, which was disappointing. I was sort of looking forward to that. Last time I saw that Eiffel Tower in real life was 2006, I think, maybe later. Can I unlock the phone with just my thumb? Whoa, it's a good job I didn't bash into that car. Oh my god, it's happened first time round. That never happens. Wow. Okay, I'm all clear for chat messages. Cool. It's a relief, really, more than anything, because it's difficult to chat and drive. Although I can verbally chat, I suppose. So, yeah, that's what you do, isn't it? I don't know. Obviously, a lack of audience for truck driving sims into the wee hours of the morning on a Monday. Don't know why. You'd think that would be prime time, prime time gaming and prime time hours, prime time conversation. I mean, think of all those people missing out on the, well, especially the stone wall, the dry stone wall conversation. My God. Need to glance over at the sat nav just to get an idea of distance, or do I? No, I can get away with not caring. Okay, let's come in here. Ooh, left foot braking paid off there. What are we on? 2 hours 4 minutes. Let's get our foot down. Would like to know what load I've got. I'm looking out the right window there. So there's a container of some description. Hey, wouldn't it be cool if there's a mod for Coca-Cola, the Coca-Cola truck, and you got to drive that around? I don't drink Coke. I find it very addictive. If I buy 24 cans of Coke, I'm very pricey actually as well. The branded Coca-Cola, it's like, I've seen it for $2.20 for a 2 litre bottle. I mean, that seems expensive to me. You know, I tend to drink coffee and water nowadays, and that's about it. But yeah, quite pricey. And so I never buy the bottles because there's nothing worse than flat Coke. It's just disgusting. And it doesn't take long for a Coke to go flat and all this, you know, or you have to super cool it in the fridge. So I tend to buy cans, right? Packs of 24 cans. And when I did it, maybe it wasn't this summer, it was last summer, I went through like 24 cans in like 1 or 2 weeks. I just seemed to whiz through Coke. So I don't buy it, basically, because I have no off switch when it comes to drinking Coke. And it doesn't feel healthy. I don't know if it is or not. I didn't drink the Diet Coke. Coke Zero can't abide it, and full flavoured I just can't take it. Unless I'm abroad and they serve it in a glass bottle, and I love this stuff. Don't even talk to me about Pepsi, bloody waste of time. A nice feeling of just coasting along there. Can't remember how on earth I got onto the conversation. Oh yeah, but anyway, the Coke truck, I didn't even realise this, like, was such a thing. I mean, I saw, oh god. Right, well, that's a lesson learnt there about adjusting one's headset. Now, let's sit back a bit and relax, and then just centre the headset. The Coke truck was actually either in the UK or it's always in the UK, I don't know. But it was driving around the UK on a schedule like Christmas gone by. And I was gonna, I don't think I bothered messaging anybody, but I was going to say let's go and see the Coke truck because it just sounded novel, and I presume you just get free diet, well, not diet necessarily, but you just get free Coke anyway. And it looked pretty cool actually, but it's just a weird thing, like, you know, the Coke trucks in Sheffield. I don't know. I don't know what would have happened. What it would have been like. How much that company makes just from selling coke. It's got to be a huge company. I think they own other brands there, don't they? Is it now like Schweppes as well or something? Holidays are coming, holidays are coming. So what else would be cool as a mod? And I bet they've already been done, there's so many mods for this, but obviously seeing Eddie Stobart, that would be cool. Seeing like maybe real world advertisements, more detailed cities, that would be cool. I don't know what the speed limit's telling me. Now, have I got my lights on? I think I have. So I'm going to turn those off because they're not needed now. Good job, because you know the fine police are around. Windscreen wipers. Let's try and do that without slamming on a brake. Nope. Nope. Yeah, there we go. Oh, I love the sound of rain. Had a right thunderstorm recently, and I got the old microphone out. I still haven't listened to it, but the lightning was some of the best I've heard. Well, the thunder, I should say, was some of the best I heard. It sounded so fantastic. It was so deep and powerful. I think it was like 3 seconds behind the lightning, which I've got vaguely remember if every second it's behind the lightning translates to a mile. I'm sure my nanny said when I was younger. Something like that. She was a very intelligent lady who was a teacher. I'm sure that's what she said. Oh, come on, let's not crash into anything. What's he waiting there for? Oh, they've all got one. The thing is, in France, the number of times I've been caught out by like them having this change bucket that's totally automated, and I haven't seen a person around, and I've got absolutely stuck. Okay, paid for that, and let's get going. Yeah, so obviously it wasn't constant thunder, so there was periods between the thunder and lightning. I recorded it on the field microphone that I'm speaking on now. And that was all interesting. I can't remember when something went horribly wrong when I had to update the firmware. But anyway, and I listened back to it briefly. And it was the sound of the rain was just superb, actually. I had it set up in the bathroom, so I had a bit of an echo going on. I did record lightning a few years back. The thunder, the claps of thunder. Oh, don't let me out then. But I had the gain on too high, so it was clipping, which is a real shame because that sounded superb. It's marvellous. I'll sort of. Oh, I'm talking about weather now, aren't I? Meteorological systems. Jesus. What can I talk about that's not so dull? Maybe I only have a passion for subjects that are dull. Maybe I'm just trying to speed those wipers up. Oh, I'm just going to overtake him. It's green. Why not? I don't know what the speed limit is. 70. What am I doing? .27 miles an hour, and the speed limit's in 70 kilometres an hour. I don't want to speak to Alexa because once this, oh god, I've said her name, the screen fires back up, and then she just starts randomly talking to me. Okay Google, what's 70 kilometres an hour in miles per hour? Okay, so 40 miles an hour. I'm going to deal with that. What have I just had a fine for? Headlight usage offence, but I haven't got my headlights on. What? Oh, this is frustrating, I tell you. How can I have a... Right, so do I need my headlights on? But it's not even bloody night time. It's crazy. It's absolute madness, this. Should I just leave headlights on all the time? I mean, what time is it? It's 8 o'clock, 8 AM. Maybe, right, we'll turn them off now, and we'll see if you don't need headlights on at 8 AM. Oh, I'm going for fuel, but I don't need fuel, actually. Okay, nobody was behind me. Oh, it's just annoyed me, that. The amount of offences I pick up on a journey for nothing. And I get that that's an offence. It's how they used to, when I was younger, in Derbyshire, that's how they used to basically just get boy racers, unless they could see them actually speeding around. Used to just get them for excessive lighting, which I thought was pretty cool. I'm sure they then got my dad for excessive lighting, so I don't know what he was doing. Okay, so I'm in Paris. I think it's the next right, actually, by the looks of things on the old sat-nav. God, I love European supermarkets, you know. I don't know if this is something logistics, but I just love hypermarkets. I love them in Spain. Why am I struggling? I think I've hit the fence, haven't I? Yeah. Alright, well, you can see I've had a problem. Let's go on then, back out. He's not going anywhere, is he? I'm going to have to... Okay, fine. I reckon if I just go right up to here, all the way in, I should clear it now. There we go. Okay, where do you want it? Let's go for that. I have confidence that I'll be able to drop it off. Proceed to the loading area on your map. It's around the corner. Okay, you can do that. It's going to be a reverse job, it always is. Sometimes the AI seems to reverse. If you put yourself into reverse, it will reverse, but I presume that's only on the situation. Oh, it would really be nice. Can I drive all the way around? It'd be nice if I can turn around. Oh, no, it's a bit late for that. It'd be nice if I could turn around and not have to back it in. In fact, I bet there is a way I can do that. It's offered me the ability to skip parking. I'm not going to do that. Oh, there would have to be a massive trailer there. But if I get space beyond that trailer, I could turn it around. Let's have a look. Oh, garage there. Okay, I am going to struggle, aren't I? Oh, this is quite cool. There's like logistics. I just love Europe, actually, I really do. Oh, I've hit the trailer again, so I'm really struggling now. God, we're close to that building, aren't we? Okay, just managed to wangle that. So I've driven round it, and there's nowhere for me to turn around. I was trying to take the easy route of not having to reverse it down. Oh, this will do. I can turn it here after all that, and then go back round there. So let's try that. Oi! So those lights off. That's not my lights. Wipers. Let's turn the wipers off. Okay. So all good. All good. Awfully close to that building. Awfully close. But managed it okay. Let's straighten up. Let's get up close to this fence. Again, awfully close, but managed that. Hoorah! Okay. That was supposed to be more of a US Marine hoorah, but it's come out as a hurrah. Never mind. Looks like it'll be easier to get past this building, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Oh, saying that, I've just hit it with an actual tractor. Oh no, the trailer is stuck. It was not. Can I squeeze out here? God, that's an angle, isn't it? That's a right type thing. Let's hopefully not get the trailer stuck. Be annoying if I incur. I don't know if I can incur the damage. Like I can obviously damage things, but I don't know if it sort of financially incurs a penalty at this stage or not. Beautiful. Would have been a hell of a lot quicker to have just somehow reversed it. Well, I couldn't have reversed it actually. Saying that, so easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I've neither heard nor said that phrase for a long time. Okay. Are we done? We're done. Let's put the parking brake on. Let's turn the old engine off and unhitch the trailer, which isn't that button, it's that button. And see how much money we've earned. 150 miles, 4 hours 49 minutes feels like it, and 282 XP, 3,700. Okay. Now, does that mean we've got some jobs open to us? What does the world map do? Okay, alright, I don't want to add things to that. Wow, so much of Europe is covered by this. This is superb actually. Okay. Yeah. It's a real shame. Why doesn't it go down to Spain? Portugal, that'd be lovely actually. Yeah, I wonder why it doesn't actually. Right, anyway, let's go to the quick job screen. We're sorted by the longest route. Okay, well that's a load of rubbish because, okay, so we're doing, where's this one? Paris to Bremen. That's pretty cool. That's going into Switzerland. I've never driven into Switzerland either in the game or in real life actually, so that'd be nice. Let's go into Germany. I've driven in Germany, but I would like to drive to Switzerland. At least the end part of Switzerland. I bet that's going to be a challenging drive, you know. Let's do it. Where was that drive? Ah, it wasn't that part of Switzerland, it was... There we go. Calais to Bern, 19,000 euros. 20-hour drive. Whew, okay. Ooh. How's my ass? Not good, actually. Ooh. Yeah, just need to take the weight off it for a second. That's not good. It's probably my posture. Okay. That and an age-old injury. Where's my head centered? I've got this mic in my face now, so let's just move that up and out of the way. Okay. Just recenter the old head there. Now, that's looking forward. That's sat back. That's good. Let's have a look at the load. Oh, it's just a tractor. I can handle that. Let's get this thing started. Right. Nobody seems to... Oh, God, that sounds nice. It's a Renault. Nobody seems to leave parking brakes on, I've noticed when I'm pulling away. Anything special about that yard? Not really. Nothing exciting. A lot of the driving I've done around the UK has been to... The actual destinations have been like just industrial estates and things like that, so not really exciting to see, but I've always taken time out to explore a place. The jobs I've had have allowed that, really, so I've often just, you know, rather than just going back and sitting in a hotel. Why am I struggling to move? Trailer's alright there. Looks alright on that side, so I'm just really struggling. Oh, okay, I'm alright now. Now there's traffic coming. Come on. Hours. Now I wonder if in this job I'm going to have to sleep or not, because I think it is emulating that sort of thing of needing to sleep. I don't know how that all works really. Tachographs, I think they're called, that record a person's hours. Okay, the old left foot brake again. Let's just try and relax that left foot and get used to it. I've been doing racing sims, as I've said, so I'm getting really used to it. Okay. Last time I didn't check right and I ended up in a fence. I had a police car behind me and a car coming. It drove into the back of me, but the way it hit me, it must have had plenty of opportunity to just put it on its brakes, I think. And I got an offence for it. Nice cab. Do like this. Ah, so this is a sleeper cab then, it's not just a day cab. Ooh. That means that it's built to be able to sleep overnight, I suppose. The clue's in the name. Okay, so I'm going to be leaving France and entering Switzerland, which is lovely, I thought, actually. So it should be a pleasant drive through Europe. Okay, so if I do have to sort of lean forward a bit really to get my, yeah. God, it's a lovely feeling this, actually, being behind the wheel of a truck. It really is nice. Open road. I think there's a slight feeling of being like king of the road, really. There must be. I mean, every truck driver in real life must feel like that. They're like not ambassadors, like sort of guardians of the road, aren't they, truck drivers? Although I'm not going to do myself any favours by saying this, so I'll not say it actually. My commentary about people who drive for a living and some of the risks they take. I've said it, haven't I? I've hinted at it. And it's a small minority, and you get a small minority of car drivers as well. Now with buses, I always prioritise letting buses out, but I do see it, buses just suddenly pulling out without looking to see if it's clear. And I get probably a need to drive aggressively, but I proactively let buses out. It's a mathematical thing, utilitarianism or whatever. You know, there's 20, 30, more than one person on a bus, okay? So they take precedence over me. Because you know, if they waste a minute of their time, that's times by the number of passengers. That's like 20 minutes, so better to waste a minute of my time, or 10 seconds in reality. So I always let buses out, but I rarely have the issue of buses pulling out in front of me, but I know full well that that's probably what would have happened had I not, or I see it a lot as well. More than enough to be able to make a generalisation about the way buses pull out on people. Generally lorries just tend to stick in the slow lane. I don't know what that's called. The outside lane, is it? I never know. Or is it the inside lane? I don't know. But the slow lane. That's why I call it the slow lane, actually. So they tend to be without issue. Random event there. Tend to be without issue, but I have seen all sorts of problems with lorries. I've also, probably more often than not, when I was younger, annoyed a number of lorry drivers. Probably I've annoyed more lorry drivers than lorry drivers have annoyed me. And I think most of it at that time was just cutting in to the exit last minute as well. It's like that. I mean, you must have to be a fairly chilled out personality to deal with however many dickheads there are driving cars on the road, and there are a lot. And Dad was telling me earlier today that he had this Audi driver. Okay, I'm not going to make a facetious comment about BMW and Audi drivers. That would be terrible. It would be carist, wouldn't it? But there was an Audi driving up his arse, basically, almost all the way back home, flashing his lights, beeping his horn. And my dad's not a slow driver, he'll drive at the speed limit. Fuel, I presume, is okay. And as he sort of went to turn left onto his driveway, he went out to the right a bit to get the manoeuvre, obviously. And the car tried to squeeze in on the left, just massively impatient. So my dad beeped him to say, I am turning left, which is the purpose of the horn. Anyway, the guy pulled over and got out, got a chain out of his boot. I mean, a bloody chain, and started walking threateningly at my dad, who got out of his car. And my mum was sat in the car, I assume, and then held out his mobile phone as if, you know, he was filming the guy, who then just got scared and got back into his car. Anyway, luckily, my dad's got dash cam footage of the whole thing and sent it off to the police and, you know, whatnot. But it's horrible, things like that. And there are a lot of dickheads on the road. And I've got to say, I've never been awful to other drivers, but I've made enough problems. I mean, there was one time I remember lights were turning red, and I thought, I'll just put my foot down and just get across this junction as quick as possible. And I caused a bus to slam on its brakes. I mean, I don't know how old I was, 19, 20, and it slammed on its brakes. I saw all the people get whiplash on that bus, and I held up my hand to say, I'm sorry, but that was not good enough. I was an absolute... But I wasn't like a dickhead driver. I wasn't a boy racer, but I've made enough stupid mistakes like that. Yeah, a fair bit of speeding, creeping above the speed limit, which I never do now. I'm a good driver now, and have been so for the last... I don't know. I would say I'm a good driver for the last 5 years, and I'm 40, been driving since I was 18, so that's not good really, but that's what that speed awareness course did. At the beginning of the course, what was funny was the guy said, I want you to rate yourselves as a driver out of 10 and write it on a bit of paper. Right, there's about 20 of us on this course. I don't want to sort of steal the thunder. I don't know if this is unique to that guy or if it was, oh, am I coming off here? You know what, this does get a bit confusing. I think I am coming off here. Mirror, signal. Yeah. Rate yourself out of 10, write it on a bit of paper, okay? 1 to 10. And then after 30 seconds or so, everybody had written theirs. He said, please stand up if anybody in this room has put anything other than a number 8. And nobody stood up. And we were like, how the hell? It's like a magic trick, do you know what I mean? And he said, it's quite simple, I'll explain it all to you. He said, you all think you're a 10 out of 10, but then you thought, that sounds arrogant, so I'm just going to knock it down a couple of pegs and put a number 8. And that's exactly what we all thought. And it's really hard to objectively assess yourself as a driver and just think, how good am I on the roads, really? And when I do try to objectively assess myself, driving since the age of 18, there are certain cars I've had that I should not have had, I was not prepared for. You know, I'm not talking about, you know, I had a GT50 when I was 18 or anything like that, although I have seen 17-year-olds driving Ferrari GT50s and Enzos and Murcielagos. That's upsetting. Sometimes when you go to open track days and you see very wealthy kids whose parents have gifted them £300,000 cars, and you think, bloody hell. But no, I'm talking about just... Ooh, yeah, he's let me through. Oh, no he didn't. So what did I get fined for? Crash, vehicle, something. I can't remember what it was. And I don't know how much that fine was. I should have been more prepared for that junction. Talking about being a good driver. So what would I rate myself as a truck driver in this game? Well, I have caused a crash so far. Somebody has crashed into me. The excessive lighting thing, I ain't too worried about that. That was a narrow miss earlier. I mean, it's so significant. You only need, it's a bit like rock climbing analogy, isn't it? You only need to make one mistake, cost a human life, and that's it. You can get 99 things right, and just one mistake can cause a human life. So in this ETS2 game, I'm rating myself around 6, I would say. That feels generous. I'm hungry. I've just developed hunger all of a sudden. I've had 4 chicken fajitas. Chicken is the only meat I eat nowadays. I don't have any other meat products. I'm hoping to go. Initially I started wanting to go full vegan, and that's going to be really challenging. I don't know how many years I've got left in life. 25, 65, I think that is a good innings for me and my lifestyle. So I've got 25 years in which to convert to full veganism, but I'm trying to go vegetarian. Chicken is the last meat to go. It's difficult though, I'm sort of clinging on to it, but I get bored of it really. There's only so much tofu one can have in their life, and I just don't know enough good vegetarian recipes. That's the trouble, despite trying my best to go vegetarian. That's my major obstacle, and I imagine it's a lot of people's obstacles, because if you're not vegetarian, it's really easy to cobble together a meal. You just put a bit of meat, either in the form of a beef burger patty or a steak or whatever, and you just add a few vegetables, and there you've got a tasty meal, really. Although there's a large part of the world that are virtually vegetarians, places like India, and there is a hell of a lot more vegetarian recipes out there than there are recipes for just meat, I presume. I mean, there's so much vegetarian stuff. When I was a kid and I'd eat in restaurants, you'd see like 1 or 2 items on a menu. Now it's like half the menu is suitable for vegetarians, which is great to see. The other thing that's going to sound weird is I really want to start eating insects, and I keep saying I will. I tried insects in Oxford, in the Museum of Oxford on the left indicator. We had this late night event type thing, and you get equipped with a torch and you walk around. I think that's the one we went to. Well, anyway, and they had this thing, and they had like some of the world's hottest chilies there. They weren't actually, I mean they were hot, but they weren't the world's hottest. Since then I've I've looked at like chili eating competitions on YouTube, and oh my god, you get stuff that's off the scale there. Well, one of the stalls had insects, and they were really tasty. And I started reading about it, and you know, how many people in the world and places of the world where insects provide part of the staple diet, and it's phenomenal. A couple of billion people, very healthy source of protein. The thing is with meat, there's a massive misconception that meat's a great source of protein. And this might not exactly sound rational, but when you look at like a gorilla is like the strongest animal pound for pound in the world. It must be, thereabouts. I mean, its strength is phenomenal. It's just like a big thing of muscle. When you see videos of gorillas like attacking and stuff like that, or defending the territory, you think, oh my god, they're vegetarian, aren't they? Horses, lots of animals that are really muscular and well built vegetarian. Ooh. This is thin. This has really gone thin, hasn't it? This. Has the speed come down? I mean, those cars were going off the speed. I don't think there's any real, other than, I mean, the trouble is, right, I do enjoy the taste of meat, right? I mean, I've had a ribeye steak for a month and a half now, and I do enjoy it. There's no getting around it. So it is a difficult sacrifice to make. Where am I going? Turning right here. Probably don't need to indicate I'm in the right lane. But it's, yeah, I mean, it's partly health reasons that I'm doing it, and partly moral reasons as well. I mean, both environmentally and for the animals. I've seen enough videos of the supply chain to know it is nasty. Just being born into captivity, being bred as food. And what's crazy is how old the animals are when they're slaughtered. I mean, lambs, they're like maximum age of before slaughtering 3 months. That's not a life. You can't claim that creature has had any form of a life at 3 months to just go to slaughter. It's terrible. The whole thing's just so wrong. The whole industry, it just feels so barbaric, really, eating meat. And I think in years to come, we will look back at humans and think, God, yeah, this will seem like an absolute period of barbarism. There's no doubt about it in my mind. We will look back and just think that was a dark age where people were eating other life forms on this planet. I don't know about plants and the sentience of plants and things like that, but it still seems barbarism to a degree, to eat any life that can feel, to have respect for to not have respect for life. And then to conveniently divide life into life that's conscious or intelligent life and life that isn't. We find dolphins remotely intelligent, so we don't eat those. But then an octopus is intelligent and people eat octopuses. I don't know. But it takes a real level of depraved human, I think, to mistreat animals the way I've seen it being done. There was a video, I subscribed to a feed by a company called PETA, P-E-T-A, and just the way that people are like ripping out the fur of bunnies as they were alive. I think it's Angolian fur, or the way that they were abusing these pythons in Indonesia, or the supply chains of chickens for KFC. It's just, I don't know how you could switch off to that level of abuse to animals. I suspect that anybody who works in that industry where they're just slaughtering animals, or just, one of the saddest things I saw was a pig with a prolapsed colon just dangling out of its butthole, just being kicked as it was walking along by workers. Those people must have been a product of abuse and trauma themselves, because there's no way that you just become desensitised to stuff like that. It was heartbreaking. Or to hook up a goose to a machine and shove a tube down its throat and force feed it to fattening its liver. You know, you're not, you yourself are not then worthy of like, well, this is what it is to be human. We are capable of such horrible stuff in this world and such wonderful things, but this is probably why I border on the more morbid or misanthropic side of outlook, because I don't think the good cancels out the evil. You know, I don't think a nice graffiti painting in the middle of a city is somehow cancels out the tragedy of some of the other things that humans do, like abusing the planet. I just don't think it works like that. I remember a story of a guy talking about how he'd got his daughter onto sort of like a point system of, you know, you get a positive point every time you tidy your bedroom and a negative point if you, I don't know, have a tantrum or whatever a kid could do to earn negative points. Okay, break a toy or leave your toys out or something like that. Anyway, she'd like been to school and she'd got in a fight with someone, probably a boy, and bit him or something. It was quite bad. Like, it was worthy of the dad being called into school and, you know, conversation around it anyway. And you know, injured this kid somehow. And anyway, he took her home and gave her the silent treatment in the car. Right, took her home. As soon as they got through the front door, she ran up to a room and tidied her bedroom. He thought, this is really unusual, and did a few other chores, and then came back downstairs to request that, you know, she got the points acknowledged. I don't know, she had the equivalent of a coffee cup card, you know, get a stamp every time you do a good thing. And she was basically trying to compensate her negative behaviour with positive behaviour. And he was like, have I just manufactured a psycho, basically, in my willingness to adopt this behaviour system, like a school would, you know, negative and positive points. I've just made a psycho because she somehow believes that tidying a bedroom is cancelled biting another child. And I do feel a bit like that with what goes on in life. Oh God, am I coming off here? No. But I did check the mirrors last minute. I was still going to go for it anyway. Right, so my self-driver rating has now gone down to a 5, really. And no amount of good driving here will cancel out the fact that I've just been absolutely reckless in my driving. Oh, I'm not coming off here, so... Yeah, this is what a lot of the European lanes are like. I forgot about that. They're just, you have a dedicated lane to coming off and coming on a motorway, even if it means the rest of the motorway's down to one lane. I suppose it's safer. Unlike the UK, where we're even now using the bloody hard shoulders, which I don't know. Some girl did a PhD study of it for a PhD, which was quite good study. I read it, well, sort of the abstract anyway, as to whether or not smart motorways are safer or more dangerous, because there's a lot of people campaigning against them, saying they're more dangerous. Generally, the people have loved ones who've died on the smart motorway. They're broken down and then some trucks come ploughed into the back of them. And on the whole, they're about the same, actually, smart motorways and real motorways. So smart motorway being the one where we've utilised this hard shoulder in times of high traffic. So you effectively get no hard shoulder if you break down in the lane. It then comes out with a red cross to say don't drive in this lane because somebody's broken down. They're safer, but what she found was people are more cautious when they're driving on a smart motorway, thinking that they're unsafer, so they drive more cautiously, and that's what teetered them. So if it wasn't for the fact that people were driving more cautiously, they would be unsafer. Whether or not that's statistically significant enough. But yeah, we are constantly trying to compensate for so many more vehicles on the road. Oh, I think I'm coming off here, you know. Now this is confusing me a bit, but I don't really know where I'm heading to. Do I want to be going to Strasbourg? Strasbourg? Possibly. Just trying to look at the sat-nav really and just figure it out. Mannheim and Strasbourg. Let's go for it. I'm lucky that there's no other vehicles on the road really. Oh, you can feel that turn. Obviously the cab's practically on two wheels. Oh, that's nice. So if you'd accidentally taken that exit, you'd be able to get back on. I presume that's what that's for. Oh, could do with pulling out. Oh, what have I had a fine for now? Crash vehicle offence. Why? Was there anybody behind me? I don't think there was. So you're just making it up now. Let's have a look. Let's have a pan around. Nobody behind me. So where did we get that from? Craziness. Absolute madness. That was more risky, that manoeuvre. There wasn't anybody about, so I don't know why I'm picking up these tickets. And there's no way to sort of review back your own driving footage, really. I looked in the mirrors, couldn't see anybody. No, so I don't know what went on there. Oh, we've got to stop in 400 metres and I need to get up and stretch, really, so I'm going to do that. I'm going to take that stop. Oh, it's not a stop, it's a toll. I was looking forward to that. There'll be a services further along, I'm sure. It's hitting the accelerator and the brake at the same time. I don't know what. I'd have got a fine for going through that barrier, wouldn't I? Oh! Look at that, there's a stop down there. It's not a truck stop. Oh, that guy's parked in one of the truck bays. Actually, yeah, okay. Well, that's nice then. That's handy. Oh, and there's a toilet break area as well, that's good. I don't actually need the toilet, but get to have a little walk around. Which is confusing because I actually do need a little walk around in real life. Load's still safe. Let's have 5 minutes. So, oh, I nearly unhitched the trailer. Let's put the parking brake on. Engine off. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'll get up and have a little walk around. So the headset's going to go pear-shaped. Let's just put that on escape. And then I can take that off. There we go. Gone orange, don't want another coffee. Just need a walk around really. Would like a sneaker bar or a marathon actually. Now I've been talking about that. Oh, it's all seized up. Oh, such an old man. There we go. forced a wee-wee, and didn't manage to force a gaseous output, but I do feel the need to fart. So it's going to be on live stream. It's not as easy as the Xbox streaming really. I could just mute a microphone in that, but can't really. So I'm back. I've brought a bag of nuts. I'm just going to talk about nuts. I'm just going to adjust myself. Now, where are we at? Oh yeah, okay. So, don't like being so far back. When I'm sat in the seat, I like to also. You see, it's. I don't know why it's okay. I suppose that's natural, maybe. Let's go. Oh god, I felt my neck crick. Right, that's okay. That's all good. Let's get the engine started and take the brake off. Actually, I should have. Let's have a few nuts. This is about as guilty pleasure as it gets now. Eating nuts. Same nuts I'd feed my hamster. Rubbish, really. Really not feeling this headset tracking. Don't know why it's so. Something wrong with my neck, really. Okay. Let's just get going. Now, what sort of offence is going to rack up lights? Just generally driving. I'm starting to really dislike the police in this game. Speeding when I'm not over the speed limit. Yeah, no. I don't know, something's not. I centre my head and then it doesn't fall right. I'm probably centering my head in a good postural position and then reverting back to a terrible posture, I don't know. But I'm just looking down all the time now, so let's just have it when I'm. Yeah. Don't know. That feels good actually, that's alright. I'll stop taking huge risks at the wheel now. Staying on this road. Presumably I'm staying on this road for quite some time. Where would be the ideal? That seems like the ideal position, but I'm having to lean forward for that view. So if I can just come back here and then pull it forward like that, I don't know. I just want to be able to lean back and have this view where I've got now. That seems ideal. I'm having to hold my head up. Hold your head high. I'm going to stop doing this. I bet you don't get this with a commercial track IR. Well, you probably do. Yeah, look, so. Okay. Right, we'll leave it at that because I'm just getting fed up with it, really. Oh god, it was making a sound then. What is the speed limit? 50. What I'm doing 50, so but it's mine in miles per hour. And I don't know. If I get a fine, I get a fine. Better not whinge about it though. Look, it's still right. I'm gonna what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look up then, and now. Or is it the opposite? No, I'm gonna look down. Okay. Jesus, he's getting bored, isn't he? Don't listen to me, mate, while you're driving. That's dangerous. Okay. Right. Don't know what went on there, but he's going to have to pull over because he's yawning now. So, and I don't know how to get him to sleep. So, apart from talking to him. Okay, I thought that was a pullover place. Oh, this head tracking's got worse, hasn't it? It's actually got worse. Right, give me a second. Let's just get this sorted out. The trouble is, I can't reach the key. Okay, mate. We all feel bored, especially me right now. I can't reach the key. That's the problem. So if I put this keyboard down here, then I lean back, put my head facing slightly down, lean back, do that. Now when I sit forward, that seems okay. Yeah. Look around. Yeah. Okay. And I can always sit back. No, I can't. I can't actually sit back now. Oh my god. This is... What's going on here? Let's get... I've ended up in reverse. Let's just stop the engine. Can't actually get out of reverse now, so that was something I meant to do. Let's have a look at the options and let's have a look at the actions. Okay, keys and buttons. Brake reverse. Throttle up is W. Maybe shift down. Oh, is control. So let's take that action out. I need to somehow undo that control because my controller's got another function. Shift up is shift anyway. Nope, I'm really stuck in reverse. Okay, damn sticky keys. Oh, I hate sticky keys. Yeah, I've disabled that sticky key on a number of times. No. Not interested. I'm sure there are people out there that do appreciate sticky keys. I'm not one of them. God, I get grumpy so easily. Now, I'm in reverse. Shift is not taking me out of reverse. How do I get out of reverse? Let's go back into the only way I think I can do this. Okay, so let's use that as shift to neutral. Okay, I think we can okay that. in a second. Right shift, put it in neutral. But it's not, it's locked into reverse. Why is that? It's unbelievable this. And he's falling asleep and I can't get it out of reverse. The accelerator's not working. I presume the brake axis is working. Right, let's try shift up as shift, okay? No. What am I googling here? ETS2 stuck in reverse. It's just crazy. It's just madness, that. ETS2 stuck in reverse. S key maybe? Nope. Good God, this is so dull. Wheels on. Oh, here's the problem. The bloody pedals have come out. Jesus. That Barry's going to come down. He's going to pass out because he's so tired. Oh, that was just madness. Right. Well, I'm going to get an offence now because he's so tired. And none of that was actually my fault. Let's try and pull over to a truck stop as soon as possible, really. And avoid that driving offence. I bet that's quite a severe one as well. I've had 2 offences on this journey. It doesn't show you at the end when you've earned how much you lose on the driving offences as well, actually, which is a bit frustrating. I haven't seen any signs for truck stops, services or anything just yet. There's a game I've got, and I've kept it on the Xbox, despite having a more recent version. That's Forza Horizon 4. He's yawned. Don't blame him. I've got Forza Horizon 5 and I haven't got rid of the 4. And the only reason is it's based in the UK and you get to drive on the left. Now, is there a services here? Doesn't look like it. So I'm just going to have to stick on this route until I find one and I'm able to pull over. Avoid sleeping offence, €60 fine. Okay, is he still going to be trying to sleep though, or has it stopped? The answer to that I do not know. Is that a hard shoulder I'm pulling into? It is. Okay. I think it stopped it now, hasn't it? It stopped yawning. Making me feel tired actually. What I'll make is a rule that every time I finish a job I'll get up and have a walk around, because I can't just sit here for 2 hours straight. I don't know how long it's been. Right, yeah, I know he's tired. However, I've got an issue, is he's just suddenly started yawning and I've got nowhere to pull over. I could have pulled over after that toll actually, I forgot about that. There's a little stop there. So what does it want me to do? Like pull over into the hard shoulder now or something? That's all I can do. I wonder what the outcome is for a driver, professional driver that breaks there. Okay, that's another €60 fine. Ooh. Is that Mondeo undercover? Let's put these lights on, these wipers on. Put my lights on as well. I need to map that light button to something on the wheel. You are getting tired. I'm aware of getting tired. Let's get the full beams on. Ooh, bit of lightning. That's beautiful actually. It's lovely that. I am aware of getting tired. I just have nowhere reasonable to pull over. And I realise I'm losing all my earnings to tachograph fines. Trust me, as soon as there's somewhere safe to pull over, I will do so. Wow, that lining's incredible. Right, is that services? That is. 500 metres, half a K. Another fine. Another €60 down the drain. I bet I still incur yet another fine before I even manage to pull over into that place. Wherever it is. Okay, he's pulling over there as well. Get a move on, mate. I need to get some sleep. Truck's on the left. There we go. Okay. Let's put the brake on. Take the engine off. Okay. Enter key to rest. I'm just going to turn the lights off. Ooh. God. Ooh. Lovely. Good morning. Okay. Oh, it's a good job nobody else was wanting to park there. We weren't busy. That was sloppy parking, wasn't it? But it was a priority situation. Needing to get some sleep. Doesn't eat, does he? This driver. why didn't I check the sat nav before I pulled away? 2 hours to go, 102 miles. Okay. So have we crossed the border yet then? I don't think we have, because I haven't seen anything. And we didn't really, wasn't far into Switzerland, was it, that we were travelling, so I presume we're still in France. I haven't seen the signs really. We did pass a sign then. I asked all the questions after the event actually. Was that sign in French? Would I be able to tell it was in French and not Swiss? Probably not. Well, I've enjoyed driving this Renault, actually. It's quite nice, quite simple. I don't know if I'm saying this because I know it's a Renault now, but I think if I was to look at the inside of the cab without that badge on, I could tell it was a Renault. It's got a very Clio vibe to the design, I think, the styling. People like the French cars, the Citroëns, and Renaults. I know somebody with a DS and I just call it a Citroën and it annoys them no end, but yeah, they like the French designs. Peugeot's the other one, isn't it, as well? I was tempted to get one of the Peugeot estates. I don't know what it would be at 309 now or something, I don't know what it is, or 4 or something, but I couldn't drive it because the odometer and all the clocks and gauges, you have to look through the steering wheel in some really awkward fashion. But I can see that that's the case on this truck actually. You have to sort of, all the gauges are through the wheel, but it was just a bit, and it's like a specific design that the Peugeot had. Something I can't remember what it is, but it just felt really unnatural. And also the car just felt really small, but it was cool looking. I don't know, I'm not really keen on the brand of Peugeots and Renaults. Drove an Espace for a while. I do like the Megane. I think it was one of the first hot hatches to have the variable valve timings. It was rapid though, the Megane can be. Yeah, just not really keen on the French cars, if I'm honest. Not keen on American muscle cars. I mean, I wouldn't, I like the Camaro and a few of them, but when you get lower down the sort of cost bracket, I think they're horrible, really. Like, what's that fine for? Headlight usage. But oh, well, I was about to say I haven't got my lights on, but you can get a fine even if you don't have your lights on when it's before a certain time, can't you? And what time are we on? 6:55. Damn it. Okay, well it just felt really bright. That was my defence officer. Oh, I've got my full beams on though, I don't need those on. It's ridiculous. You've got a small margin window to turn lights on and off. What time is it? Right, it's Friday and it's 7:03 AM. Okay. So I have to keep the headlights on. I'll just check what other road users do. Yeah, some of the American cars are like the least reliable cars. They're just, the manufacturing quality is appalling. But when you get more expensive in that range, like things like the Dodge and stuff, love them. I like Audis, I just have a really negative perception of Audis, and I knew somebody who had a wing mirror bust off the Audi and the cost was something like 1,500 quid. I was like, bloody hell, that's crazy, on an Audi TT. That's the same reason I won't have an Alfa. I took an Alfa Romeo in Giulietta for a service. What was it, like 50,000 miles? Last service I saw in the damn thing, £4,500. Not touching one of those ever. I can't remember. I had a Giulietta as a company car, but before that I had the whatever the precursor was to the Giulietta. That was nice, and I did like the Alfa. I think everybody should drive an Alfa at least once. In fact, I'm sure that's probably a quote. I'm just rehashing what probably Clarkson said, but I think everybody should have a go in an Alfa. They are nice. Small boot space, just so typically Italian. It's just no practicality apart from consideration for where to stash your golf clubs. Yeah, I do like BMWs, but again, it's just the reputation. If somebody being a dickhead on the road, I'm sorry, but 7 times out of 10, you're going to be an Audi driver. 3 times out of 10, it's a BMW driver. I don't know what it is. Apart from, we're not talking about the people who then buy used BMWs and Audis because they're quite reliable cars, really. The most reliable car has got to be the Honda or a Toyota, and that's what I'm drawn to. I'm just drawn to reliability and boot space now. It's so middle-aged. It's just unbelievable. I don't know what's happened to me, and I know it's middle-aged, just so cliched middle-aged. Oh, I'm coming off here, so that's good news. I'm going to stay in this lane. So I'm trying to avoid it, you'd think, but I can't. I'm just drawn to boot space and reliability. And ergo, the Hondas are pretty good for reliability, and so are the Toyotas. I saw a YouTube of a guy demonstrating how good an old Honda engine was by running it without any oil in it whatsoever. And he got a few fair miles out of it. I just couldn't believe it. They are superb Hondas. The only thing that let down the Honda in the car that I was looking to buy, although it wasn't too bad in the estate, was the rear window. Now I'm just trying to look at time. I'm 8:07, so I presume my lights can finally come off. Otherwise I get a light fine for excessive lighting. I'm just trying to think what it is. It's like a well-known Honda. It's not the Legend. It just completely escapes me now. But the back window's split, and it's so frustrating. It's just so ugly. I couldn't bring myself to drive a Prius. I just couldn't do that in life. I enjoyed the Jeep I had. That was another company car. It was a Jeep Renegade, and I got it just as the Jeep Renegades came out to market, and so people didn't really know. It just looked like a Jeep to all intents and purposes. And in fact, probably to most people still, it just looks like a Jeep. But it's a Fiat 500X chassis. It's not even made in America. It's just a fake Jeep. Everything about it is a fake Jeep. But so much stuff about cars are fake. I mean, that guy's DS, fake exhausts. BMW, pump engine sounds over the stereo. I mean, I think there's a guy, Matt Watson. If you sort of like cars, you probably know about him. He reviews cars. Brummy guy, good guy. I'll follow some of his stuff. And he has this stick of truth. He just picks up a stick and sticks it into car exhaust to see if they're real or fake. And it's bloody amazing how many top-end cars just have fake exhausts. Just so many cars have got fake stuff going on nowadays, and the Jeep was like that. Just more emblems than anything like real on it, And the reviewers were just loved it as well. They loved the emblems. There's a guy climbing up a mountain on the windscreen. Who gives a shit? It's a Fiat under the bonnet. It's a Fiat, and actually it wasn't underpowered though. I never really had a problem with it being underpowered. It was actually very economical. I was getting like 50 odd mpg from it. I've just noticed I want to be turning left anyway actually, so it's a damn good job I've actually pulled into the left lane. Now I'm going to assume when he moves on the right that the lights have gone green because I can't see the lights from here. So let's make that assumption that they're green on both sides. Yeah, I enjoyed that Jeep. It felt adventurous. I treated it like a proper Jeep 4x4 and just took it everywhere. I mean, some crazy stuff in that. Not as bad as I was with that Mondeo though, good God. I mean, I haven't owned a car for a long time because of company cars, and they just get handed back into the fleet, and then that was it, and nothing ever came back to me of smoking them. Nothing was ever said, and I hammered them for terribly. I mean, in that Mondeo, I took it round Brands Hatch actually. I mean, that was just tragic. Needed new tyres straight away. Went to this conference by Dell, a computer like IT thing that was actually in the middle of Brands Hatch, and I had to cross the track. And I'd previously, like the week previously, gone down and watched some motorsports thing, and free tickets from a friend who's involved in motorsports, and I was like, oh God, it'd be awesome to drive around this. And as I was crossing over in the Mondeo, I just decided to go for it. That's the trailer hit. God, that was horrific. I thought I was toppled then. I didn't get any damage points though. Will this be enough to pull it away from the wall? It is. Totally forgot about that trailer if I'm honest. So current driver rating down to 4. I got some funny looks when I pulled into that Dell conference, to tell you. Everybody knew I'd just hammered it around the track. I'm surprised I didn't get kicked out of the whole thing. Maybe nobody noticed. But let me tell you, going around the track when you don't know what you're doing is lethal. Here we go. 40 XP. It's on the left there, so I'm gonna. This is a reverse jobby, isn't it? Yeah. I'm gonna skip. I've come all the way to Switzerland for this. Actually, I'll take that back about branding on trucks and stuff. Real game branding. I know there is some sort of mod that exists for something like that, where you see real world advertisements. Because the last thing I want to see is an advert for Monsanto in this game, honestly. Oh, I've got 2 tractors on my load actually. It's a bigger load than I thought it was actually. Is it an articulated load as well? Looks like it is. Although the wheels on the trailer are turning, so yeah. Interesting. Should have investigated all of that really before I pulled off. Sounds complicated, doesn't it? How do the trailer wheels know which way to turn? It's asking me to skip parking again. I'm all right. I'm doing okay. There's nobody here to see me, for me to be embarrassed in front of. Don't worry about it. Let's go left hand down a bit. Okay, that should give me a greenie. Well, we're in. Are we not in? We're not in. Looks like we're in. Come on, that's good enough now. What do you need from me? Good God. Come on then. Get it done properly then. Let's get you nice and straight. My brain's not working. Oh, job done. Okay. Oh, it's a nice little farm, isn't it? It's quite beautiful, actually. I bet a lot of. I've never been to Switzerland, let alone driven in Switzerland. Don't think I have. No, it doesn't ring a bell. Okay, €19. Quite a bit of the old XP, so I've levelled up again. Got more skills to assign. Now I seem to have lost skills because I'm sure I'd already assigned 2 skills. 1 skill to assign. We'll open up a fragile cargo then. Maybe that's what inhibited us from taking stuff long distance. I did say I'll get up and have a walk around actually while I'm dropping things off, even though I haven't got butt ache. Okay, so that's quite a trip. That's a nice trip. I want somewhere from Switzerland to Austria. That sounds nice, doesn't it? It's a long old trip. That's only paying 11,000. Is there a... Can I filter by... No, can't filter by Switzerland. Let's do that and then we'll call it a day at that. Take that job. Klagenfurt. Sounds interesting. God, it'd be nice to see something like that. Okay, that looks nice. Let's do the old stand up. And stretch. Ooh. That's good. I don't know how long we've been sat down for. A while. I've sort of tucked my headphone cables behind this webcam, so it's a bit wobbly, but I should be okay. Okay. Right, here we go. Move this down a little touch. Oh, could have an orange as well. Why not? The only trouble is, looking around this cab, what is this? Oh, I don't recognise that badge at all. Not one bit, I'll not lie. So, well, alright, what can we roll out? We'll roll out Iveco, Scania, DAF, Mercedes. What does it leave us with? It's a Scania. It's a Scania again. How many different badges have they got, or is that just a similar badge? Okay. Alright, so it's an unusual looking badge. It's a Scania. Oh, this might mean I've got... Let's have a look. I've got sat-nav. Yes. Okay. It's a 12-hour run. 500 miles. Crikey. Yeah, I don't know if I fancy... I mean, speaking to real-life truck drivers who have to go up and down the gears and find it frustrating when a car pulls out in front of them and they have to drop down a gear and then it takes ages to get back up to speed. I don't know if I fancy that, but I've got to master not crashing or pulling out on cars first. Once I've mastered all those basic road habits, oh, this easy peeler is gorgeous. Then maybe I can look at gears. What's my load? Just some curtain cider trailer. Nothing too exciting. Going right out here, and I think we're in Switzerland still. Probably didn't need to swing out that far. Okay, going right at the end here, and then another right. Manage all that. That's good to me. Let's go back to the right foot braking as well. And we'll keep visibility of the lights for a change. I haven't got anybody else to judge if the lights have gone green or not. Okay, that trailer just missed the curb, so it's quite a long one then. Got to bear that in mind because I forgot. I crashed that trailer into stuff loads of times last journey. Oh, I like this cab. I've got to say it's neat. It's very neat inside. Again, looks like a sleeper cab. Nice view of the city we're in. I can't remember what it's called, but a nice city in Switzerland anyway. I always think of Switzerland as being quite cold, but that's probably because of the Alps. And the only time I've seen photos that people have shown me, you know, holiday snaps, they've been pretty much skiing. So I just think of it as a cold city, really. But probably not. It's probably subject to the same, probably better weather than England. Actually, must be. When I say better weather, I mean warmer weather. That equals better in my mind. Yeah, it's a nice cab actually. This it looks really neat actually inside. This is to date my favourite looking cab. Actually, I have to say. Don't know what it is about it, but it's just beautiful. It looks like a car actually. Something about it is like a car cab than a truck cab. Coming off here. I'm supposed to give way at that point. I don't know who it was to. Well, oh, traffic turning left, coming the other way. Okay. Let's get ourselves onto this motorway and we can start making some headroom. Yeah, it's annoying that the AI doesn't pull over. Am I going to get a traffic offence for that? No. For a change. That looks like a TV tower in Germany, in Berlin. I wonder what it is. There's a few of them. Can't be water towers, can they? Well, that's what they could be, I suppose. I think what else they could be. I was just about to say, I'm surprised to have not seen many renewable. I was thinking solar panels, but actually there's windmills there. Loads of those. I wonder if that's what they look like in Switzerland, if they've red tips on them. There's lots of tall structures around. I don't know what any of those are. Like that one over there. Okay, I'm staying on, so am I in the right lane to stay on? No. It's crazy. What I'll do is I'll get into the fast lane. I'm going to call it the inside lane. I'll call this the inside lane and that the outside lane. I presume that's right. It was years that I was working in the motor trade industry before I finally understood this idea of offside and I can't remember what the other one's called, but basically driver's side, maybe driver's side and offside. It's not I didn't understand it, I just never questioned what they meant really. I'm staying on. It's lucky nothing was coming. Would have got another traffic offence for that. Okay, let's have a peek at the truck from the outside. Oh, so that trailer isn't that long. It seems fairly standard anyway. Yeah, all trucks sort of look the same to me from the outside, really, from the front. The actual tractor unit doesn't look different to me. That was very difficult to steer and look around. And they're never really aerodynamic looking, are they, trucks? Really? You'd think, being as most of it... Oh, come on, you could have let me out. Most of a truck... Oh, Jesus. Well, it's his own fault, really, let's be honest. Most of the costs for an operator operating a truck are overwhelmingly fuel costs, really, especially haulage type logistic. Well, yeah, any form. I mean, if the truck's not on, if the truck's sort of sitting still, stationary, it's just losing money, isn't it, basically? So it needs to be operated as much as possible. It needs to be on the road earning money. Otherwise it's just sat there depreciating. And any time it's on the road, it's consuming fuel. And most of the operators' running costs are fuel, basically. Overwhelmingly, that's the... I think the industry, you know, when they talk about truck ownership, it's total cost of ownership, TCO, and the fuel is the majority. So anything to save on fuel costs, and they go to great lengths. Obviously, operators, you know, like companies like Eddie Stobart will reimburse staff in their pay packet if they've been driving efficiently. So you got all that vehicle telematics and things like that. But the one thing that doesn't seem to have happened is trucks don't ever seem to look aerodynamically shaped, really. Now, I don't know if aerodynamics comes into force, really, at the speed trucks go to, which is always going to be less than 70 miles an hour. You know, is having a flat front a massive difference at that speed? Maybe at like 200 miles an hour it makes a difference. I don't know that myself. I'm not an engineer. Or, you know, not even all engineers will know that, you know, specific type of engineer. But I'm just surprised that they're not better shaped, because trains are. You know, trains tend to be... Well, I suppose, again, the faster the train, the better the shape it is. And actually trains do go up to those sorts of speeds, so maybe, I don't know. Who knows? Maybe it's a trade-off. Maybe it's like a build cost to stick a nose on the end of a truck or something. And what I can't judge is, am I within the speed limit or not? I'm going... Christ. Let's just pull over here. Well, not pull over, get into that lane. The speed is 50 kilometres an hour and I'm doing 43 miles per hour. So I presume I'm okay, but I don't know. It's a shame there isn't a very obvious thing to come up to say you're exceeding the speed limit, like my sat-nav does in my car. It just makes a little beep beep. Though I think I've silenced that. I don't know if I have or not. It goes red, doesn't it? You know, it does make a noise, but somehow indicates anyway. What I can't understand, and I've said this before, is why speedometers, when a car's got a sat-nav built in, like the Jeep, it was like just part of the whole car. You know, you could get ECU readings onto the screen and everything. When the sat-nav or infotainment system is fully integrated in the vehicle, why don't they have it on your speedo to show what the speed limit is? You know, like just a little red line somewhere on the speedo to show your current speed is this. I wonder if it's a liability thing, like, you know, somebody will sue the company because they say, oh, it's, you know, said on my speedo 70 and actually the road had been reduced to 60, but then the same thing would happen with a sat-nav, and that's an easy disclaimer, just say this is an advisory, or, you know, maps need to be regularly updated or something. How much of the journey have I got to go? 400 miles, I've done a fifth of the journey. I'm getting tired actually in real life now. Ooh, I might just chill out with the old yapping. I'm just talking shit, excuse my language. I'm in a different country. It's not swearing in a different country, is it? Well, I'm just chatting. Filling time, really. I just enjoy the ambient sounds. I presume I'm still in Switzerland. It's a nice little view. That's a nice view of the... Looks like the sea. I presume it's not a lake. Good job I went out wide there, just saw the end of that trailer, just missed the barrier. That's another thing to bear in mind, height restrictions. That caught me out in real life. I had my mountain bike on the back of the car a couple of years ago. Went into the car park fine. Didn't even think about the height barrier going in, to be honest. Mounted it differently on the vehicle. It's a roof rack that goes behind the car, but I'd sort of mounted the bike higher somehow. Drove out the car park. What's annoying is I was driving out and I let some people cross the road in front of me, and they looked to see me and they could have seen, yes, that bike's going to hit that thing. Well, obviously not, because I presume they would have said something. I'm hoping this is the right decision. It's not 100% clear to me which route I wanted to go. Drove out the car park. The saddle of the bike caught the top of the height barrier thing restriction, ripped the bike and the bike rack off the car. I mean, the thud was incredible. No damage. I mean, maybe the boot got scratched. Not bothered. I got that car specifically because I just didn't want to have to worry about problems with where to park it and not get scratched and all that business. I was worried about the bike, but the bike was absolutely fine. Couldn't believe it. So just remounted it. But yeah, at the time it was horrible hearing this thud. I had no idea, because I knew I hadn't hit somebody in the front and I knew there was nobody else behind, so I just had no idea what I'd hit. just hadn't seen that height restriction. So yeah, that's another thing that HGVs have got to think about is the length and how wide they go when they're going around bends, and height restrictions. That's a lot of things to think about. And also probably if you've got a specialist load, something to do with that load, you know, if you're carrying ultra flammable hydrogen gas or something, maybe you just want to take less risks. I don't know. You know, a lot to think about actually. And your sleeping times, planning your sleeps, planning your meals, planning your toilet breaks. What's that? Services on the right there. It's got some right office block buildings in there. Don't know what that sign was saying. I should have probably paid attention, just going by too quick. Oh, is that Berlin? That's on that sign there. I'm going from Switzerland to Austria. No, he said Australia. But Austria. What's our fuel like? Always look after the event. Yeah, fuel is low, so I need to be getting some fuel really. Like I said, always after the event. Not. Actually, why is the fuel low? We haven't really been driving much at all. Okay, I think my speed on the info screen has gone red, so that must mean I'm over the speed limit by quite a bit. Let's just tap the brakes and just get that down to something, yeah, by quite a bit actually. Oh, so there's my indicator. If that goes red, it's just that info screen. You know, this is a triple monitor setup. You've got to really turn your head. I've got to turn my head in real life that much. And in game, that really twists the head round. I need to be able to move that info screen somewhere. Or, I remember I used to take the metrics off this thing and put them on a tablet, and I had that tablet as like a dashboard. So I'm going to set that up again then. I think I use this thing called Rocket. What am I getting? Oh, speed. Yeah, speed offence. It's like 300 euros. Just before I was coming off as well. Rocket Power Grid, I think it was called. Oh, can't come off there. I know I use that for Elite Dangerous as well. That's something I'm going to get back into. I don't know why I've been putting it off. It was like a dream come true when that game came out. And I didn't know about it at the time. Like I said, I'd come out of gaming for a decade or so. Well, I mean, I was still messing around on the Xbox, but I was only ever really playing Minecraft, pretty much, so I wasn't really trying out games. And then I'd heard that Elite Dangerous had been released. I was like, wow. Probably because it was on offer. And I first played Elite Dangerous back in like the early 90s on the BBC computer. And it had always struck me as epic. Like, at the time, it was amazing that you could fly around a universe. You know, yeah, obviously the graphics were poor quality, but you know, this is a right oldie thing to say. But when I was younger, you had to use your imagination a lot more. You know, and that goes for a lot of things. I mean, that's always going to be true of reading a book. The written word lends itself to using your imagination. Some authors are more descriptive than others, and that style and tone is always sort of dependent on the content. I'm speeding again. I didn't even... There's a right creep up this speed. And films less so, but I find films now to require you to use your imagination less, actually, because of CGI and graphics. You don't need to, you know, now you can show the, I don't know, the explosion without the camera looking at the faces of the people watching the explosion and you imagining what the explosion looks like. Now you can just CGI the explosion. So certainly films and games as well, as graphics have improved, you sort of need to use your imagination less. Whereas things like Elite Dangerous on the BBC, it was just green graphics and little pixels, and you imagined it was a space station. Don't know, is that a good thing or a bad thing? Well, I think imagination is a massively valuable part of psyche. Really, that's why children have such great imaginations, and then sort of leave them behind with the mundane nature of adult life, I suppose. I don't know. But I think having. But do you need to exercise an imagination? Is it like a muscle? I don't know. Possibly not. Or maybe so. I don't know. Yeah. Wait, I'm indicating to come off. And I came off onto the entry road there. Feels like I'm going a bit fast for this bend, but maybe it's just about right. Some great views. I'm just noticing over to the left, actually a bit late, but some lovely views around here. So I don't think I've crossed the border yet, so I'm not really 100%. Nuremberg? Is that a sign for Nuremberg? I can't read it really. All I need to know is I'm staying on. Let's get a foot down. Ausfahrt. So we're in Germany. Okay. I'm so confused. I'm not to pretend to have a good sense of European geography. I've got an idea where Belgium, Berlin and Germany, France, Spain, Portugal and most of the cities around those countries are. Obviously the UK. Once I've been to a place, I seem to know it off by heart. I don't know why. I could just know my way around places. Apart from London, I struggle with London. I've been there several times, but I still struggle. But I think it's because London's not a place that you sort of walk around. I mean, I've done that, and it's just agonisingly tiring. But in London, you tube and buses, and therefore you're not on a geographical map. You're on a different type of map, so it's not necessarily intuitive really. But apart from London, places I've only been to once, I seem to just know really well. Oh, I'm just stretching. Am I staying on? I'm staying on. Let's get into the right lane then. Ausfahrt. I need an Ausfahrt actually. Don't know why I'm not Ausfarting right now. Probably because I'm live streaming. I probably don't feel comfortable Ausfarting. But I know it's going to roar in a second. The least opportune moment. It'll be silent. The engine will be off. Oh, is that fuel? That's fuel. I almost forgot about fuel. Okay. Evidently forgot about how to brake. Can't see anything because the mirror's in the way. Sweet. Oh, it's Gob. The fuel station's Gob. Right. Unless it's pronounced Go. Gob. Okay, let's get some fuel on the go. Stop the engine. Oh, all right. Well, there we go. Gob fuel. How many litres? Christ. Total price? Oh my god. Diesel price is €2. I've just put 1,700 euros of fuel in there, 792 litres. That didn't take very long though. Must be like a race car pump. The stats on those pumps for getting fuel into race cars were just stupid, and like into an F1 car. It's ridiculous. Your fuel expenses, I can't remember what it said. It'd be good to have... Oh, sorry, I just need to... it'd be good to have like a log of what was said. Can I do that? Is there an F6? There is an F6. What does that do? Cargo? No. What about an F7? Damage? I've incurred no damage. That's good news for me. F9. That looks like messages. There's no chat. Okay. Well, I didn't look at the fuel status before we pulled over, but... Oh, that's better. Can I reach the pedals? Okay. Oh, I've wedgied myself now. I didn't look at the fuel, but I bet it was good timing. Okay. We're okay. Let's get back onto the motorway. Just have a look at that trailer, that was alright. Cleared it, okay. I don't trust the mirrors. Yeah, we're alright. Needs to be in another lane across because we're not coming off here. Okay. Back on the road. Oh, it's a shame. I said I'm going to make this my last one just to be sensible. But I've really enjoyed this trip actually. It's been very meditative and relaxing to just drive around in a truck. And that is don't underestimate that. I've spent a lot of time reading about meditation and got, in the past anyway, quite proficient. I'm out of practice now, but don't underestimate the importance of doing something mundane to sort of occupy your hands and having the thinking time. It's just a shame that my mind wanders to brass shovels, the UK road network, dry stone walling, growing apples in the garden, whatever other topics have emerged. But yeah, just, you know, I value time, like, you know, washing up by hand or driving, and always have done actually. I just only more recently realised that it is meditative time, because it sort of busies the monkey mind in a way, and then it just leaves you time to contemplate. And I don't obviously stream all my gaming sessions at all, although I have done more recently. It's just been like a novel thing for me, but the novelty will probably wear off soon. But yeah, I mean, when I'm not streaming and I'm just driving trucks, which was a couple of years ago, that was a lovely peaceful time. Ooh, that's a big truck stop place there. What's that fuel station called? Frizmat? I don't know. Okay, I'm coming off here. Villach. Butcher these names, but it is what it is. Villach, I'm going to go with that. Villach. could ask Google, but I don't know if Google's got the correct pronunciation. There's somewhere local to Chesterfield called Bolsover. It's got a castle. Is Bolsover worth a visit? Honestly, not really. Probably the castle, it's close to the motorway. But the correct pronunciation is Bolsover, unless you're from Bolsover, and then it's Boza. So Google might go with the correct pronunciation. It might not be the right pronunciation. I'm just distinguishing there between the words correct and right. Villach feels right. We say Cologne in the UK, don't we? But in Germany it's pronounced Köln, I think. We even spell it differently. It's a bit weird, isn't it? It's a bit arrogant almost to sort of take the name of another country, city, and just spell it differently. Now what's going on here? Don't be cutting in front of me. Let's get that speed down. Sort of nosy what's going on here. Well, you can tell we're in Europe because there's actually roadworks and people working on those roadworks, which you don't get in the UK. You get the roadworks being set up, then 2 weeks of nothing happening, but just traffic bedlam, and then a day of people working, and then the roadworks come down and you just end up with this messy patch of a road. Why are we so bad at things in the UK? And I know this is, try not to get onto the morbid things, but we are pretty rubbish at this stuff. Like public transport, we're really rubbish at. I think the NHS is a wonderful institution, but let's be real, objectively, given its expenditure, it could do so much better. That's the thing. It's not unpatriotic to be able to acknowledge that. Given what the NHS has as its budget, it could perform so much better. Public transport's pretty piss poor. Since Thatcher's privatisation of utilities, etc., well, we know where that's gone to, especially now. And Jesus Christ, the profits they've turned around in a time when people are struggling to pay energy bills, and they are making billions of profits. It's crazy. Civil engineering, we are atrocious at civil engineering. I mean, some of it we get right. I mean, especially the older stuff, like, Clifton Suspension Bridge and stuff like that, but, like the Millennium Bridge that... Alright, that's rude, isn't it? You're warning at me. The Millennium Bridge that's sort of fell apart because people were actually walking on it, which is what it was designed for. The nappy fountain, the Diana Memorial Fountain that just got clogged up with nappies. Well, that's the fault of the British public there, isn't it, I suppose? Doesn't look like there's a services there. I don't know if we're a nation of chances. IT projects, we are one of the worst for failures of IT projects, and two have really annoyed me personally. I wasn't involved, but they just have annoyed me. The NHS initiative to consolidate all medical records onto one IT system, that was a dismal failure, and it cost the public a lot as well. HS2 is going to fail. I mean, if you think the project's got to be on time, within budget, do you know what I mean? Those are the two main factors, and neither of those are going to be met, are they? So it's effectively failed. And the other one was the BBC Archive project. That really annoyed me because we pay for the BBC out of taxes, basically. Call it what you like, TV licensing, whatever. It's taxes, right? We own the BBC. And I can't get archive programmes off it. It's just ridiculous. They have to... Oh, we're coming up to a toll. Now, is this a toll or is this a border? And where do I want to go? Self-service really, but let's hope nobody goes behind me and I have to back out of this. Oh my god, that was a squeeze, isn't it? I think I'm probably in the wrong one. You know, if that's such a squeeze. Doesn't appear anybody behind me. Shouldn't be such a squeeze, should it? Oh. Okay. Trucks and buses up there on the right. There's only one lane for trucks and buses. What am I stuck on now? That's great news, isn't it? It's embarrassing. Nope, nothing. So there's no reason why. Oh great, you can see me reversing out there, mate, couldn't you? But no. I've jackknifed it. I actually have done something horribly wrong with this. Ooh, nasty. Oh, come off it. You've got to be joking, haven't you? See me reversing? You don't think those little cones would be enough to stop a truck, would you? I'm aware I'm getting tired. And if it wasn't for the fact... So this must be like the Dart Charge. Okay. Well, I'm not risking another fine, so I'm just going to pull over here and just hope for the best. Am I clear? Let's give it a little bit more clearance. Let's get that parking brake on. See, I can't actually sleep here. No. Okay. Let's find somewhere to sleep then. Has to be like a designated sleeping bay then, presumably. I should be able to go onto the BBC website and get any programme from whenever the BBC was formed, which I think was like, you know, shortly after the Marconi days. Do you know what I mean? It wasn't long before BBC Radio came about. I don't think. I could be mistaken. Up until now, and get any programme. The only thing is, the BBC will say it's licensing issues. But what they should do is just have a carte blanche rule. If you want to broadcast a programme on the BBC, you get the entire massive audience, because the BBC's got to have the biggest audience, I assume. I can't imagine there's a radio station bigger. Right, I'm going to have to pull into this lane to let this coach out, so yeah. See, I do that. Bloody AI doesn't bother. Don't pull into my lane, Jesus Christ. Carte blanche rule, just saying your content will be available on our archive system. Job done. It doesn't look like there was a services down there, and it also looks like I need my lights on. Okay, now, so if that's not a services, where is a services? Okay, I think you get 3 warnings with the old yawnage. I don't know why, I've got it in my mind. And then that's it, you get a fine. So we've had two big yawns. What? Oh, avoid sleeping. Because you really don't get much warning. I presume if you're driving like a 44-ton HGV in the UK and you don't sleep to schedule, you're at risk of losing your licence. Okay. Well, we found somewhere. Rest station. I think in real life I'm going to stand up again. A little yawn. God. Okay. This is complicated. Well, I have to go around the roundabout. That looks like it's going back onto the motorway. I think I've already passed Villac, so I don't want to go back there. Oh, there's trucks up there. Well, yeah. Okay. Alright, and there's beds. Sign for a bed, so let's go here. That's the fuel station. So where's the sleeping area? There's a trucks area up ahead. There's cars on the right there. You get to sleep in a nice motel bed. I will sleep in my cab. Oh, trying to turn the engine off. I don't know if that's the handbrake on or off. Okay. Now, how do I sleep then? I mean, I'm actually in the sleeping zone, so... Another thing to Google, ETS2, how to sleep. Right, it should say press enter to sleep, but it hasn't done. And I don't know, I mean, I'm in a truck area, so let's just get this started up again. Okay. So I don't know why it's not... No, what's this thing here? Oh. What's this? Is this a sleeping thing? It's a camera. Right. Okay. Stop the engine. Okay. Well, that's no use to anybody. Oh, he's yawned again. Okay. I still don't know why he's not able to sleep, so I'm going to drive round to the other one. And hopefully just get an idea. Let's just try and park neatly in here, and that see if that makes a difference. Okay. It's made no difference whatsoever. Just getting a bit of apple out of my teeth. I don't know really how I can sleep here. I'm in a parking place. Is there something about this parking place that's not good? Must be. Let's just go forward an inch. Let's go back. Oh, God, right. 6 hours, 42 minutes worth of sleep. Now, what time is it? It's 6:43 on a Saturday, so I need the lights back on. Let's get the engine on. Because that's caught me out, hasn't it? Not having the lights on when it's perfectly bright. Now I've got some yellow light on the dash there. What's that say? Looks like an engine management light. Or is that this the headlight? No. Looks like I've got an EML on. That's not good, is it? Really, it's not the parking brake, is it? Or the engine brake? No. Well, that's the parking brake. Who knows what that is? Well, there's no smoke coming out the cab or anything, so I think I'm just going to just come off this roundabout here. Oh, I was going to stand up, rest my buttocks. Okay, well the lights come off, whatever it was. That's good, just drive through it. I got pulled by the police one time. Only once. I think it's only once, yeah. Because... oh yeah, an engine management light come on type thing. What it transpired was I had a DPF, a diesel particulate filter, and even though I was doing lots of mileage, it was like a 2.2 diesel, I was still doing a lot of like town driving and popping out to the supermarket and stuff like that, and obviously not doing enough long motorway runs at the time, and the DPS filter got clogged. That was like a £2.5 bill. It's ridiculous. And anyway, this light had come on and it had forced the car down to a reduced speed. I can't remember what the speed was, like 50 miles an hour or something like that, or 40. It was crazy, and it had come on when I was on the motorway. So I had to drive at what I deemed was a hazardous speed on the motorway. So I put my hazards on. And then before long, I got pulled by the police, who thought I'd stolen the car and that the hazards were on because the car alarm was going off, and I somehow managed to steal this car and driven with a car alarm going off. And as they'd stood around looking at the car, looking me up and down, and finally comprehended why I put the hazards on and agreed that that was a safe thing to do, they let me go. And then I got hit with that well, I didn't have to pay the £2.5 bill, the company did, but it was ridiculous though. £2.5. Am I coming? I think I am coming off here. I think there is no option but to come off here. No, I'm not. I'm coming off at the next one. How many miles? 15 miles. Oh, we're nearly there. Oh, that's good news. Okay. Right. Oh, like I said, it feels like a shame it's over, but I'll take the approach that when you're enjoying something, cut it short, and then you'll continue to crave it and yearn for it. That's a bit of advice if you ever work with children, youth, or have children. Cut the activities short, the ones that they're enjoying, and they will crave those activities further, rather than do them to death and they get bored. Children get bored easily. So you wait to the last 20 minutes of the favourite cartoon, turn it off. So there's plenty of kids out there that think that Nemo was never found. God, that's cruel, isn't it? Okay. Am I going? One kid recommended... Kids used to recommend all sorts of stuff to me. And, oh God, I've really slammed on the brakes there, but the car behind's let me through. Ratatouille to me. So I watched it. I will follow recommendations, even if it's from an 11-year-old kid. I will still follow recommendations. Although one 11-year-old kid recently recommended listening to some rap music that is probably some of the most offensive music I've ever heard in my life. I felt like somehow contacting his parents and saying, "Do you realise your kid's listening to this sort of stuff?" But yeah, I'll follow through recommendations. So I followed through on this Ratatouille, and it was rubbish. I just really didn't rate it. And I will watch cartoons and animations and stuff. I don't know. That Buzz Lightyear one, the recent one, looked okay. I had it on sort of in the background, so I really missed a load of it. Ooh. Have I taken the right? Yeah. Just driving around this industrial estate. All looks good. I think it's the next left I'm going in at. No, not in the next left. Left after that. God, I just don't like industrial estates. I find them such soulless places. It's like the antithesis of, I don't know, beauty in life. They just represent commerce and grime. Depends on what type of industrial estate, I suppose. And slavery. I think they represent slavery to a degree. I wonder how many people when they're younger, when they were 8, thought, I want to work in an industrial estate. That's what I want to do. And here we go. Um, 40 experience, yeah. Get whatever I can. But I also like industrial estates for some reason. I like the clinical, soulless character, the corrugated metal walls of buildings. Actually quite flimsy, these buildings. They look remarkable, but having seen a building erected and been part of multiple management conversations with commercial builders, I don't know why. My role was IT and marketing, why I had to attend those meetings. For my brains, presumably. I don't know. But anyway, they're quite flimsy, these industrial buildings. Nothing special. What was interesting was the chat with the CCTV company. Those guys, we nicknamed them the Crays. And they were just like, yeah, you can do this, do that, but at the end of the day, if they want to get in, they'll just angle grind a hole in the corrugated walls or something. Bloody hell. Just didn't think of that. Thank you for opening my mind to the risks. Let's try and do this in one fell swoop. So, left hand down, massively. We'll go straight in at that, and then we'll put the right hand down. Look at that, look at that. Right hand fully down now. Oh my god. Okay. I'm going to hit something, aren't I? Okay. I couldn't do it in one fell swoop, but I can do it in two. I feel confident about this now. Left hand down. Right hand down. I honestly have no idea how people do this in real life, because they obviously not out of the cab. Maybe you just have bigger visibility. Oh, come on. I kept going backwards there. I mean, I didn't command that. They obviously have bigger visibility. Then, oh, yeah, like a glove. Let's get you unhitched. Oh, I've earned that. Wait, I thought I was due a lot more. I thought it was like 20,000 that job. Oh, that can't be good. If my backside and coccyx and everything is aching like that, that's not healthy, is it? It's probably because it's quite late as well now. Let's get that high value stuff in. Do I want just in time? I'm worried about just in time, you see. It pays more. Just in time was the problem why our food chains are so vulnerable, really, because somebody came out with just in time. I think it was a Japanese thing. And dear oh dear, I should call it quits, shouldn't I, really? No, I've got it by route length. Whoa. Where am I? I'm there. Oh, those are places I've discovered. So I'm there in Austria. I would like to go Poland on my next road trip. Yeah, basically just into that's not Edinburgh, is it? That's Aberdeen. Fantastic. We'll get to pass through either Glasgow or Edinburgh. Oh, you know what? I really fancy that trip. I haven't been up that way for donkey's years. Missed the Fringe this year. Would have been a good year to have gone, but various things happening. Hell with it, I'm taking that job. I'm going to do one last job. Get up to the Highlands. It's not really the Highlands. But, oh, we're back here. Oh, I don't know where I'm leaving though. Somewhere in the Mid-England, Middle England, Middle Earth. Now this is a nice car, isn't it? That's posh, Volvo. Should I stand up? I think I should. Oh, right. Unwedging myself as well. Okay. Right, yeah, that's good. Do unwedgie the front as well, which is the polite way of saying something not so polite. Okay, water good. Don't need any peanuts. Yeah. Oh, I'm a right-hand drive again as well. This is all good. Yeah, this will be a nice one to finish off on. Definitely make this my last. Okay, So get rid of all that. What's the sat nav saying? Oh, it's a right awkward way round. We'll go this way around. Oh, it sounds nice as well. Nice cab, sounds lovely. Looks nice. I mean, that looks like white leather. Steering wheel, white leather dashboard, everything. That's beautiful. I think there's a big difference in the world of trucking between trucks that flapping out, nearly wrecked that, didn't I? Trucks that people own. Wait, where am I? Trucks that people would like to own. It's like a used car. Oh, this must be staff cars. I think people take a lot more pride in their trucks when they own a truck themselves compared to working just for a fleet. Okay, let's try that again then. Don't really want to drive. It's quite cool though, just this quarry. I'm liking it. Yeah. Oh God. Okay. This is why I don't make arrangements really, because I just impulsively go on truck simulator. Okay. Let's get cracking. This has been a long old session actually. Oh, I just love this game. That's what I was saying before. Last time I did this, I can game on this for hours on end until the point my butt, it feels like my coccyx is breaking off. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? Right, let's try this place. I mean, I've got a sat nav there, but it's just not very clear. And that to me looks like I can get through there. So let's try it. It doesn't look like it, but the sat nav is indicating I can. No, there's a great big barrier. Oh dear. I wonder if this is just part of the experience of what people face. Oh God, that's not good, is it? That's a jackknife. That was ridiculous. Well, that's a lot of silly speed that I was doing then. Okay. Right, well, process of elimination. We've eliminated all the other routes, so this has got to be the route. So it was the same model as last time actually, so why I didn't remember, I just didn't recognise it. It's the same sort of quarry. I don't know if it's the same place or just the same, you know, quarry design that's been lifted from one area to another. Whoa, this is steep, isn't it? Crikey. How's that trailer doing? Okay. Sat-nav says straight out of here, so let's head straight out of here. What's it also saying? It's saying it's an 11-hour trip. We are now departing Saturday 8 o'clock, so let's get the lights on just because we know what happens there. A bit of noise coming on from this truck. Okay, is that the lights off? That's the lights on. So it's 8 o'clock Saturday evening. It's got to be in the summer then because it's bright. Still very bright out there, but it's nice actually. You get the long shadows with a low sun. That's nice to see. I thought things like that were only, you know, in ray-traced environments. Oh my God, that is a decision I've got to make about what graphics card to get next. Oh, it's difficult because there's so many variables. CUDA calls, they're important. I'm not going to talk about CUDA calls now, I'm too tired. It'll soon become evident that I don't really know what I'm talking about. But I saw a meme. I've seen two memes that have put me off buying things. One meme was about choosing a 4K Blu-ray player. And I was just like, I was definitely going to get a 4K Blu-ray player. You know, got a 4K TV, so got an Xbox One at the time. Just to test out that 4K-ness. And then I just came to the conclusion that I needed a 4K Blu-ray player. And I saw a stupid meme that just sort of took the pee out of people who were buying 4K Blu-ray players. Oh, let's have a look at that trailer. We're okay. That was probably a bit unnecessarily wide. So anyway, that just put me off getting a 4K Blu-ray player. And in the last year of not having the 4K Blu-ray player, can't say I've really yearned for one, actually. It was silly. I was only going to buy the very best science fiction on 4K Blu-ray, but actually the prices are ridiculously expensive. And also, in some occasions, the 4K on Disney is better than the 4K Blu-ray. I know that sounds ridiculous, but some films, they're actually better sort of cut on the streaming service. So yeah, I mean, I think it's just this age-old thing. When DVDs first came out, I thought they would last forever. So I went out and just thought, my entire collection is going to be DVDs. And when you go from HD or 1080p to looking at DVDs, you just think, God, they are so rubbish, aren't they? They're like, what are they, 480i or something? I don't know. Oh my God. I'll do what I must admit I once did in real life, which is, having finished driving in Europe, carried on driving on the right hand side of the road in the UK. It's not good. It's just my brain switches over to the right hand side of the road easier than it switches back to the left hand side, despite growing up in the UK and spending like 99% of driving time on the left hand side of the road. It's almost like, if I'm objectively considering it, we should really be driving on the right hand side of the road. But I don't enjoy it. I don't enjoy driving on the right hand side. Let's have a quick look at the old fuel. We're fully tanked. Okay. Fully tanked. Okay, so whatever it was an 11-hour journey. It's now down to 10 hours 58 minutes, so right, we haven't really saved much time. I've got the headlights on just because it's 8 o'clock in the evening, and I'm getting fed up of getting fines for seemingly having excessive lighting or not enough lighting, and I presume it's just orientated by the clock and not the daylight levels, which is a bit annoying. But I've noticed in real life anyway, people tend to put the headlights on a lot earlier than when it seems necessary. Ooh, train passing here. That was a hell of a break at the end there. Okay. Had a go at Train Simulator recently. Was it as far back as yesterday or the day before? It wasn't my cup of tea, and I sort of was hoping that it would be actually. I sort of went on there thinking, oh, it'd be a little bit dull, with the mindset it would be dull, and really hoping to have my mindset changed. And actually, no, it wasn't really. It just wasn't my cup of tea. I don't know why. I think it's really for people who appreciate trains in real life, which I don't, and I don't know why. I mean, it just so happens I don't. I like model railway sets and things, and I love steam trains, but not to the point that I could tell you anything about steam trains, really. Nothing. I can tell you nothing about them. But I like seeing them. I like seeing them in action. I love riding on steam trains. Narrow gauge, the proper full width gauge, whatever that's called. But yeah, this train sim just didn't really rock my boat, to be honest. And it's a shame. But what's even weirder, since having played on it, I then started watching, and I mean I watched like an hour of, I'm just creeping over the speed limit there. Watched an hour of, so I want to be at just under 40, or 40 I presume there, what the speed limit is. We don't have fractional speed limits, or 35 miles an hour. Yeah, I watched the Train Sim 3 video channel by a guy who is actually a train driver. Well, I think he said he's like a shunt driver, so he doesn't drive them along the tracks. Well, he does drive them on tracks, but he doesn't drive them from, across the country. He shunts them around a station. So I think the most speed he's ever got up to in real life on a train, or on a particular model he was talking about anyway, was something like 25 mph. But yeah, he made it seem interesting actually, but I think because he knew what he was doing, he knew what he was talking about. I mean, I couldn't even refuel the damn thing. That was frustrating. But I think even knowing all that, well, maybe that's it. Maybe that is it. I mean, I don't know. But then again, I like combat flight sims. I'm not fussed about commercial flight sims. Just not fussed at all. Although, I'm looking at a cockpit on eBay. Okay, the bidding's only at 70 quid. And it's an auction, so it could go for a lot more. But it's a replica Cessna, and I think if I had the full plane cockpit for a little Cessna, I'd be pleased to have a go. I mean, I wouldn't be fussed about this game if it wasn't for this. I mean, I think I bought it before I got the wheel, in fairness, but I instantly knew that this was ridiculous to play without a wheel. So I went and got the wheel for this game. I had to just think, am I on the right hand side of the road there? The correct side of the road, and I am. Yeah, I got this game. I think I was playing it with keyboard and mouse initially, and that was like rubbish, so I went to a gamepad. I can't remember what I did. I might have used my 360 gamepad. Oh, here's a game funny. And that just wasn't great. So I went out and got the wheel, and it's transformed it. I love playing this game with a wheel. I don't think I'd be bothered if it wasn't for the wheel. So maybe that's the same thing with the flight sims. Maybe I'd enjoy it. Well, I do enjoy it because I've got a joystick, or whatever it's called. I haven't got a yoke. Flight stick. And it does feel right, it does feel immersive. I use it for Elite Dangerous as well. Actually, Elite Dangerous, I've got a funny setup. I have a keyboard, I have a couple of like the tablet and my phone screen for particular buttons. I can use the She That Shall Not Be Named device in front of me to command her to get things to do it in the Elite Dangerous. It was an Alexa skill actually. It was like the Elite Dangerous skill anyway, or whatever, so that's pretty cool. So I can tell her to turn the engines off and stuff. I also have a gamepad so that when I land on a planet and I take the buggy out, I can drive it with a gamepad. But I think I might have plugged in the wheel at one point and just thought, no, that's ridiculously excessive. So maybe the key to Train Simulator is to have all the like gubbins on the desk, but it's just a lot of gubbins really. But then I think I would enjoy it, more. I'd enjoy it more, but not, I don't know, I don't think I'll ever fully enjoy it. I don't know why. Nice view. I've seen crops and fields. Fields of barley. You'll remember when, please take it over, when the west wind blew on the fields of barley, in the desert sky. I don't know what neuron's firing off there. I think that's Sting. I think Sting was a good artist, you know. I like Sting. Don't know what his real name is. Just feel in the mood for Sting. Actually, I feel in the mood for some Roxette. It's a shame because I'm live streaming, I can't actually play any tunes. But it'd be nice. I've got a playlist specifically for driving tunes. You know, it's got some good stuff on there, like Canned Heat on the Road Again. You know, that's like an essential. There is some Roxette in there. I do like a bit of, I don't know if Roxette glam rock. I do like a bit of that sort of style of rock music. Tina Turner as well. Whilst driving. Johnny Cash. Oh, I love country music whilst driving, especially when I was in my Jeep. In fact, it was, you know, when I got that Jeep, I just thought I need to become more Americanized, really. So I wore my South African bushcraft hat, which everybody just calls a cowboy hat. It's not. It's a South African bushcraft hat, but anyway, it looks like a cowboy hat. So I wore that in the Jeep, and I listened to country music. And actually, both items grew on me. The hat certainly did. I always loved that hat, to be honest. But country music, which I previously hated, apart from the odd thing like Jolene and stuff, but I really disliked country music. Really grew on me, even to the extreme of, you know, that like that yodeling or whatever, country music. Love that. Like, it's great stuff. Love Cash. Only listen to Cash that I'm aware of after the news announcement when he died, and then on the radio there was two songs. There was like Ring of Fire and something else, and then since then I don't know how many Cash songs I've listened to. It seems like most of the country music has been covered or written by Cash, but I absolutely love Johnny Cash, really. I think Dolly Parton is fantastic as well as a country singer. Her story as well was pretty awesome. She had a guest appearance in the Orville, and it was around about the time I got this Dolly Parton LP. I can't remember which one, but yeah, that's nice actually. I like listening to artists of the time on the medium that they release their albums, you know. Although, well, it only applies to LPs, so I couldn't really give two hoots if somebody had released an album on CD. I wouldn't be fussed of listening to it on CD or MP3, to be honest. But yeah, I was listening to this Dolly Parton LP over a day or two. Really enjoying Dolly Parton. Reading a bit about her life on the cover. And then she appeared in an episode of The Orville. I was like, wow, that's an amazing cameo to have. I was like, that's fantastic to see. So yeah, Cash, Dolly Parton. I can't really think of anybody else to name, really. I mean, there's probably the two that you don't even have to listen to country music to know of. I'm going to say something quite controversial. I've listened to a lot of Elvis. I do like Elvis. He's rock country, but don't get why he's so hyped, if I'm honest. But again, it's probably a thing in, you know, you've got to appreciate the context. I don't really. Actually, somebody got quite nasty with me in Liverpool one time. Get why the Beatles are so. It was in the Beatles Museum when I came to my revelation and said I really don't understand why the Beatles are so overhyped. And yeah, and one of the other people looking around the museum got quite annoyed with me, actually, quite angry. But I do find the the Beatles a bit overhyped. Yeah, they're good. Yes, I enjoy the music. But the Beatlemania, really? Wow, just seems a bit excessive. But then since then, I've known people who are not even in the period of the Beatles just absolutely rave about the Beatles, and I don't get it. Whereas I get people absolutely falling in love with artists. I do get that. I totally get that. Although I don't know, is there a band that I would think, yeah, no matter what happened, sorry, my ear's crackling a bit. I think it's going up and down the altitude on this motorway. Is there a band that I would just roadie for free? And there's so many bands that I've really loved, you know, Pulp, Arctic Monkeys, but would I roadie for them for free? No. It's sort of the idea of, wait, it says 12:51, it said 8 o'clock before. Let's get these lights off before we get up with a fine. It's midday, for God's sake. But I'm sure it said 20:51 before, unless have I driven through the night? That'd be interesting. I don't know if I have. Probably need some sleep. Who would I roadie for free? I really... Manic Street Preachers, maybe. Don't know, no, just I'm too lazy, aren't I, really? Spice Girls, yeah, probably. Yeah, God, how bad is that? I'd roadie for the Spice Girls, but I can't think of anybody else. No, I'm ready for the Spice Girls. Well, I don't know. They seem like a good laugh, actually, saying that. It seems like that Spice Bus would have been a good laugh. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably, rather than sort of an intellectual band, of which there are many out there, incredibly intelligent bands, incredibly insightful, probably just want to go hang out with a band that's just a good laugh. Am I going up through Manchester then? Oh, alright, so here we go. Okay, I'm a bus driver. I'm a lorry driver, but, you know, I'm driving a bus. My booking agent phones me up and says, we've got an opportunity, you know, there's a number of bands crying out for you to drive their tour bus. Who are you going to take around the country on the tour bus? And they'll be more than happy to listen to your stories of brass shovels and dry stone walls and all the other boring crap you've been talking about. Right, they will lap it up, they'll hang off every word. Who? Well, I don't know, I'm not so much interested in people hanging off my words as much as I'd like to learn something from them. But who would I drive around? I'm such a morbid individual. It'd be easier for me to list 100 or so people I wouldn't want to drive around, like Steps. Oh my God. Or like, I'm probably going to get it wrong here, Lily Allen. I think that would drive me mad. I would definitely drive around a lot of rap artists. Definitely. They'd be all blazing up all the time. Although that would be wafting through to the cab, so that'd be good. Those trace amounts show up in a test. I don't know. The Doors, probably. Yeah. All right. There we go. The Doors. That's who I'd roadie with for free. Oh, Bob Dylan and his posse. Yeah, I think The Doors. Jefferson Airplane as well, maybe. One bill. No, I'm not going to sing that. I don't want to do any injustice, really. Now, the artist who wrote that song, whose name doesn't come to me at the moment, it's Gracie something, wrote that song before Jefferson Airplane performed, actually, and sang it, and there is a cover out there. Is it White Rabbit? There is a version out there where she sings that. It's not as good as the Jefferson Airplane version, but it's a longer version. It's like an extended version. And there's the lyrics, the vocals don't kick in until like the last minute. I think I've got in my head it's about 6 or 8 minutes long. And the vocals in the last minute. It was just nice. It just impressed me to hear that. Actually, I cannot remember what her name is. Oh, I mean, no, I don't think I could do U2. I don't think I could roadie U2 around. No way. So it's The Doors then. Leonard Cohen, yeah. I'd be happy to drive Leonard Cohen around. And a little bit more modern-ish, but not a name that many people will know. Juzzy Smith, who's a one-man band guy, and he's so upbeat, and so, damn it, I just noticed my speed going over. So upbeat, and just full of life and sunshine. I think maybe some of it would rub off on to me. I hope it wouldn't be the other way around. I don't want to bring him down and his established record label collapses because he's turned out to be a morbid shit like me. But no, I think I'd be happy hanging around him. He seems a pretty cool guy, actually, pretty laid back. Razel, be happy with that. Maroon 5, yeah. Actually, yeah, there are a few bands. Green Day. Well, I think the trouble is, you're talking about hanging around with the bands, not the music. Because it's not like they're always going to be playing the music in the bus. So it's like, and I don't know enough about band members to know whether or not I'd enjoy hanging around with them. And probably the question isn't, do I enjoy hanging around with them? It's going to be more, do they enjoy hanging around with me? Obviously the answer would always be yes under those circumstances. Well, especially as being as my agent, the whole scope of the thing was the bands are crying out for you as their bus driver. Basically that whole thing was to distract the fact that I said yes to the Spice Girls and no to every other band. What am I doing for fuel? I'm okay for fuel. What am I doing for timing? 6 hours, so I've done half the distance anyway, half the journey. My ear has never been the same since I went on a dive off the coast of Spain and had a bit of a problem with my BCD and started to resurface, and one of the assistant guys who was like, you get a lot of people who go do diving training, getting their like advanced paddy and stuff for free, but the way they pay for it is by helping out with the dive school. But it's proper slave labour. It's like proper slave labour. Anyway, he was one of these guys, like young guy, early 20s, paying for his own diving stuff by helping out. And as I started to surface, he went above me and pushed me right back down, and we're talking like a 20-metre difference, and I didn't have time to equalise. I had no choice in it, just got above me and pushed me down. And popped my eardrum, perforated it or something. I don't know what's gone on. It's never quite been the same, but I can't really tell when it's off or not. It's just odd times in my life. It rarely happens, just on occasion. It's never affected my diving. Oh, let's brake. Even though that's probably an average speed camera. I was slightly speeding then. Oof, I seem close to the left here, but I'm okay. Oh, it's a different speed limit on this stretch because of the roadworks. Let's assume, I feel like I'm crawling along, so let's just assume that I'm okay. Right. 50 average speed. And I'm 45, so we're okay. What would be cool is somehow on the Twitch stuff I've been looking at the additional modules so that people can interact with the games that you play and stuff like that, like make it more challenging or give you stuff to make it easier. There was only one that I thought had this, and it was something like kill all zombies. They can come on and type things and you can connect it up and they can cause your game to change. But what would make Twitch better is if you could hand a viewer the microphone. A bit like these online meetings where you can request the mic and then somebody hands it over to you and then you say a bit of drivel and then they pass it back over to somebody else like that. So that'd be cool. So somebody could take over the mic. But another cool thing would be as if somebody could like sit in the passenger seat, I suppose what people can do is watch your stream and jump on into the actual game on most games. There's a term for that. I think it's called being stream sniped. Now my ear has gone doolally. Oh. Should I need to equalise when I'm not diving? I don't know. Oh. It does sort of feel like my hearing's going funny as well. Don't know if I should have done that. It just sort of feels like when you go up in a plane or you drive up some altitude at speed. Or the latter really. It feels a bit funny, but maybe that did it. Yeah, I don't think it affects diving. Well, I've been diving since when diving in Malta after that, so it should be fine. But I think it's only your inability to equalise that affects diving. So basically, if you get a cold, then you can't go diving, I think. Ooh, Carlisle, Glasgow. Probably, yeah. I'm going to stay on to Glasgow, so go past Carlisle. I do know that much about the UK road system. Don't think I've ever called in at Carlisle. Called in at Gretna Green once on the way up to Edinburgh, I think it was. Not really an exciting place, really. I thought it'd be like I don't know, bunting. I don't know what I expected there, but it was just like a non-event, just a gift shop, basically. I presume. You know what? Right, I've got to just rest my buttocks because they are aching like anything. I think I might just squeeze in a little sleep as well. I don't know if you can do that during the day. I presume so. Oh. Is there anything behind me? Let's just back up because fuel's okay. Right. I don't know where the truck parking bay is. Oh, my bum is aching. I've got a right skinny bottom, I've got to say. All the bits that would be handy to be tubby on me are skinny, and all the bits that are handy to be skinny are tubby. Going backwards, basically. Oh, okay. Hat switch left. So I can, right, so this is a truck stop then. So let's do that then. Let's put the handbrake on. Okay, I can rest, so hit the enter key. And whilst he's resting in game, in real life... Oh, it's night time now. Oh, that's not good if I have to struggle to get out of the seat like that. Oh. Why? Why does my bottom ache so much? I can sit in that chair for ages and not have a problem, and then all of a sudden on this truck game, it must be the way I'm sat, the way I'm leaning or something. All of a sudden, well, I suppose probably because I'm using the pedals as well, I'm putting pressure on. I don't know. Right, night time. That's not good. I say that's not good. It's just need lights. And it's more challenging to drive, and I don't know if I've surpassed my time, really. Let's take the handbrake off. Yeah, I mean you get times for jobs, and okay, it seemed to be alright, and I don't know. Have I gone past the time limit or not? Ooh, I'm hoping that camera can't see me undo my frontal wedgie, but yeah, let's assume it can't. For my own sanity, really. That'll make a meme, won't it? That'll be a good meme. World's worst Twitch. I can't imagine I'm the worst Twitch streamer out there. I mean the worst. Come on, there's some horrific streamers I've seen. I'd accept the most mundane. I don't know why I'd accept that. But not the worst. I think that'd be unfair. But yeah, that would make a good meme. World's most mundane Twitch streamer adjusts his bollocks on... What is that over there? What's going on? It's rubberneck it. That's the way to do it in the UK. Rubberneck it. Okay. Pull back over to the left. I can't see anything out of my mirrors, you know. Would have been better driving in the day, but I did have a little snooze. I didn't mean to snooze for so long, actually. I like the cab when it's all lit up like this inside. It's nice, actually. This is sort of the best time to drive, really, is night time. It's just, unfortunately, you're typically tired at night time, but it's a lovely time to drive. And then the worst thing is if you are tired and you've got the hypnotic effect of lampposts just that rhythmically pass you by. Just sends you to sleep. Look at that, I'm going off to turn my full beams off because somebody's overtaking me. That's ridiculous. I presume it makes no difference in this game whatsoever. It's just absolute force of habit there. I'll put them back on. I haven't got a fine yet. Oh, he's overtaken me and then he slowed down. That really is a simulation for real life. Well, I don't think I've been putting my foot down much, so something's going on here. Oh, just move across just in case. Give him plenty of space as well, just in case he was going to move across. Don't know what happened there. Somebody pulled over. No tax disc. No ticket. God, there's every time. Well, all right. I shouldn't say that. I'll handle this. I'll phrase this better. When I initially started hearing about the injustices, typically, you know, the general extra level of hardship that black people, or generally people of ethnic minorities, go through in America, it's not like I was cynical, but I was like a bit like, it just didn't really click with me just how bad the situation was. And I honestly think, even though, you know, this is quite late in life for me really, that it was George Floyd's death that got me really actively educating myself about the difficulties black people have faced in America. And since George Floyd, there's been lots of problems that I've just been like, oh my God, like it's still going on. It's like, it hasn't changed anything at all. Because I read at least 6 or 7 stories since George Floyd of a black person needlessly getting shot by police officers in America. Okay, like 6 or 7 stories in the time since. And I get the very notion of systemic inequality, and that's complicated. I also get intersectionality as well. I get why people don't get intersectionality. I get why people find intersectionality a very inconvenient mode of thinking. But there are 2 types. I think intersectionality is not really the academic term. I think there's an intersectional perspective or an intersectional lens, and then there's intersectionality. I think intersectionality is essentially the hardship somebody endures on a lot of different levels, whereas an intersectional lens is considering how basically being black, okay, as a minority and how that affects you, and also being, I don't know, of a particular gender, being female, how that affects you as well, and how the 2 things don't just add up, but the way that they affect you interrelate and interact. Good God, just slam your brakes on. I'm quite annoyed with this. I mean, in real life I'd be putting hazards on. Not many people do. Actually, we're pretty good in the UK for that, putting our hazards on. God, that was quite scary, really. I really thought I was going to go into the back of that car. Let's get over as quick as possible. Is he going to let me pull over? Thank you. So it's not just how one dimension might affect the way that you interact with wider society and the establishment, or how 2 dimensions suddenly double up your misfortune, if you like, but it's how they interplay and what have you. And I think it stems from a case in America where there was like a black female cleaner and she was underpaid or something, and how the judge said, well, based on how people of colour are paid, you're okay, and based on how women are paid, you're okay. But actually it was because the judge didn't look at things through an intersectional lens that they missed it. Okay, I've sort of really done that injustice there, but so I don't get intersectionality, let's be honest. But I'm one step ahead of that, whatever his name is, Tucker Carlson. Oh my God, I hate that guy. But at least one step ahead of him. But then I started to be aware of the problems in the UK as well. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to work out, certain ethnicities are underprivileged, if you like. It's not a term people like to use. We seem to be fine at pointing out overprivilege. But I suppose it depends on your perspective, but we don't seem to like to use the term underprivileged, I suppose. But anyway, and it's still pretty bad in the UK. It's not as bad as America, but it's still pretty bad. And what struck me recently, and caused this entire conversation, was seeing that guy pulled over, was a black athlete who was pulled over by the police. And again, I was cynical. I was thinking, well, the police have got a job to do. But as I read more into it, I was like, wow, like this is not the first time it's happened. There seemed to be no justifiable reason to pull him over. And there seemed to be an excessive amount of police there. Now, the police argument was he did pull over for something like 4 or 5 miles. And the reason he said he didn't do that was he wanted to pull over in a place that had witnesses, basically. But I think he was driving a Tesla, and the officer that pulled him over didn't know how to open up the Tesla door, which I suppose if you don't own a Tesla, you won't know offhand. I don't own a Tesla, never have done, but I know that the doors are not intuitively easy to open. So yeah, it didn't take him long to get his baton out, ready to smash a window. Okay, that's one example. Well, underprivileged in the UK is actually ironically strange, because the most underprivileged cohort in our education system is white working class boys, which are not the minority. Or I would argue, if you were to divide cohorts up into those dimensions of colour versus socio-economic class, are probably the majority, but they're the most underperformers in our education system. I think after maybe Bangladeshi school kids. So maybe things will take a change, I don't know, but yeah, inequality is an inconvenient truth to admit, depending on whether or not you're the victim or the perpetrator. And that actually, it's language like that doesn't help, because when people talk about systemic racial inequality, I've noticed that the people who don't like to admit its presence are the people who benefit from that, which has amazed me when certain institutions have turned around and said, you know what, I think Oxford did this, Oxford University, we've sort of put our heads together, come out with a calculation and think that this is what we've benefited. Well, it's difficult to narrow that down to a quantitative figure, isn't it? I mean, there's a leg up that institutions have had that, they wouldn't be the institutions. They probably wouldn't even exist if it wasn't for the big leg up they've had from things like the transatlantic slave trade. And I mean, it's probably a bad time to mention this. You've got to pick your moments maybe, but British monarchy, King Charles now is the biggest landowner in the world. Owns the most amount of land in the world now. And there's many institutions, many societies, many social structures that have benefited from slavery, still today actually, which is crazy. I saw a little documentary about children that go down mines in places like Peru, and how the companies get away with it because they then classify the children as independent workers, not employed by the company. But of course those children come out the mine and sell it straight to the company. And they're not allowed to go down the mine unless they sell to that company. So I think that's sort of indentured labour. Oh, really? Don't know. What is wrong with my left ear? Really struggling with it. Probably my whole posture. Probably. Oh, what was that for? Crashed vehicle. Oh yeah, well I'm all over this shot. Oh god. Oh, well that was my turn off there, so let's just hope the sat-nav readjusts. What we on time was 2 hours to go, so not long really. I don't know what that is in real time, but game time 2 hours 15 minutes, 87 miles. Okay, let's hope that sat-nav readjusts. What I don't want it doing is U-ing on me. That would not be helpful if it tells me to U-ing. Okay, what time are we on? 4:33, half 4 in the morning. It's never this bright in Scotland at 4:30 in the morning. Oh god. I have driven through Scotland through the night. Tired. After an 18-hour summit up to Ben Nevis and a walk back down again. Was it 18 hours? I think we set off. I think we got up at like 8 or 9 o'clock, and then I set off in the car 10 o'clock, got to Edinburgh 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning. That was one of the hardest. Oh, this is beautiful. This is what I saw when I got to Edinburgh. I presume this is the Forth Road Bridge or the first. Oh yeah, look at that. That's beautiful. This is exactly what I saw. Absolutely gorgeous. Got a fantastic shot. Stuck it on my Instagram. This bridge is just beautiful. Yep. Do like bridges. They tick a box for man-made, beautiful man-made structures. It's just incredible. I'm reading about it. Fantastic. Like just what went into the construction. It's mind-boggling, really. And look how long it is. It's massive. Could never grow tired of driving across this bridge. Actually, I don't know where the sat-nav was taking me originally, because this is pretty much the only way up to Aberdeen, surely. So, I don't know what the original route was. Because I think the other bridge is a rail bridge. Confused.com. That's annoying saying that, confused.com. Just say confused. It's one of those sort of phrases that work their way around office, like middle management in offices. Now desperately trying to think of other equally horrific phrases. Oh, I know one. It's a portmanteau. Chillax. Oh my god. I'd love to find out who the person was that came up with that. It's just, oh, it's horrible, that phrase, chillax. I'm absolutely 100% comfortable with the word chill and the word relax. You combine them, it makes me want to throttle you. I'm sorry, but it has the opposite effect on me when you use the word chillax around me. Now this is an unusual thing because I want to know, sat-nav's telling me to come off here, right, on the M8, fine. But then it's got me doubling back on myself, which is not fine. So I'm now wondering, oh, should have put my foot down. It's basically got me to do a UE. So I'm going to have to pull over and just check the map in a second. Can't do that on the hard shoulder. That's not what the hard shoulder's there for. It's there for emergency vehicles. Oh, okay, alright. But this is Edinburgh. Sheffield? Bloody Sheffield. You would not see a signpost for Sheffield outside Edinburgh. That's crazy. That's madness. Is that Sheffield? Did it say Sheffield on it? Yeah, Newcastle and Sheffield. That's insane. You just... Sorry, you wouldn't see that. Leeds at a stretch, maybe. Okay, right, so heading into Edinburgh, but we actually want to go to Aberdeen, so I am very, very confused by the state of affairs with this so far. It's going to take me back to those roadworks, isn't it? Yeah, it really does look like that. But I'm so confused why I crossed over the Forth Road Bridge. Right, well, I'm pleased to have discovered Edinburgh, don't get me wrong. I'm definitely pleased to have discovered Edinburgh. I don't know whereabouts in Edinburgh this is. It would be nice to see the castle. Let's go and have a look, see if we can see the castle actually. Let's come off here. What? €600? Oh my god. Okay, so am I going down the one-way system the wrong way? No. It don't appear to be, so. Right, that's €600, fine. These fines are getting bigger actually. So it stands to reason maybe. Okay, well, oh, I've just discovered a recruitment agency. Okay, well, I'm not fussed about a recruitment agency. What I'm fussed about is where am I going on this route. Now, let's just park up for a second. Okay. Have a look at this sat nav. Okay, that's not giving me any ideas. Let's have a look at this world map. Okay, so yeah, why on earth did I cross that Forth Road Bridge? That's absolute madness. If that traffic's still there when I come off on the... I can't believe it directed me all the way into Edinburgh. That's just insane. Okay. I'll get back onto the A720. I'll hit the... What I'm looking for is the M... Is that the M90? Okay. If I can't come off the M90, I'll just follow it along, take the next road off and follow the A roads through to Aberdeen. Oh, that has just added so much time. Stupid sat-nav. Well, I suppose you just need to... This is where... I can already hear my dad saying, well, you can't just exclusively rely on the sat-nav. But 99% of the time you can, actually. And it's not worth reading a map every single journey. I do carry a map in the vehicle, actually, but... I've got my TomTom. In the Jeep, the TomTom connected via the phone, which in itself is a bit of a nuisance. Like, it's cheeky, isn't it, using up your phone data? But that's fine, worked well, got the traffic. Did work, I suppose, in fairness to it. After I took it to the dealership and had to press around with it, I can't remember what I did. I couldn't get it working. I think I had an iPhone at the time, and it was definitely designed for the iPhone, like more than Android. And I couldn't get it working, and I took it to the dealership, and the young lad came out, did things in a split second. Bear in mind, I've spent my life in IT, teaching people about technology and things, and I just felt like such an old fart, because this lad, the way he just did things, and I just didn't get what he did. I was like, well, it's sort of right up my alley, really, of things to solve. That what time are we on? 6:07. Is that in the evening? No, it's morning, I think. I don't know, evening or morning, I have no idea. Real life or game time. I'd leave my lights on now. Anyway, whereas I bought my own personal TomTom. I'll go right here, aren't I? On the basis of lifetime maps via the FM RDS. Oh yeah, you can shoot out, can't you? It's good for HGV drivers. I've got to look left as well, look on the other side of the road. Got my foot on the brake. Oh brilliant, I'm now just stuck in the middle. Right, you can wait. Are you going to actually wait? Yeah. Oh, they're all waiting. I'm impressed, actually. That's good of those AIs to wait. Yeah, bought it on the basis of lifetime maps, and very rarely do I get the traffic now on that TomTom. And a sat nav without traffic is like a car without a steering wheel. It is pointless. You need traffic. It makes all the difference. I mean, Google Maps actually. In fact, that was one. I used to think it was so silly that cars, when you advertise a car, you have a limited space on just a very basic advert to mention the key points. I know you think. I used to think it was so stupid that they'd mention like Bluetooth. Like, you know, the best thing you can say about Ford Fiesta is that it's got Bluetooth. Bloody hell, this is a narrow road, isn't it? Christ. But actually, you know, market research shows that advertising Bluetooth and not, you know, something more important about the mechanical nature of the vehicle will get more people buying that car. Okay, well that's the buying decision. I used to think, oh, how daft that people's buying decisions are based on whether or not a car's radio has Bluetooth or not. And one of my biggest determinants of what cars I was considering, which I think put the Octavia on my list, and I don't regret that being on my list. I can't remember why I wrote it off actually. Was Android Auto, or maybe it was on my list but I wrote it off because of Android Auto. That was one of the biggest determinants of what car I wanted. And what did I have my eyes on at the time? Something by Toyota anyway. And it didn't have Android Auto. Did the Seat, I think the Seat Leon did have Android Auto. And and therefore that stayed on my list. I only buy used, I don't buy new cars. And there was a sweet spot in pricing for something when I was considering an SUV, but I've never found an SUV with a decent boot. But there was something I was looking at with the Kia Sportage. I had to write it off because it didn't have Android Auto. That was the only reason. Everything else, the mileage, the price, absolutely superb. Just didn't have Android Auto built into it. Couldn't upgrade it. And that's a crappy aftermarket thing. Although the crappy aftermarkets can be better than the OEM stuff, I admit that. My pedals have sort of slipped away from me. Let's get them closer without killing anyone. Yeah, that's better. So yeah, as much as I thought it was a silly decision, basically the ability to use Google Maps as a sat-nav with its traffic that has saved my ass so many times is my biggest determinant in what car to buy, more than anything else. Yeah, that is weird, isn't it? Granny Smith stuck in my teeth. Now, what's the chance that there's traffic? I mean, in reality, what have I done in like, if I had done this route, got almost up to Aberdeen, and then gone all the way back over the Forth Road Bridge, turned around in Edinburgh, I bet that's like an 8-hour journey. You know, so those roadworks are probably still there, aren't they? Jesus, what a stupid thing that this navigation system made me do then. I had no idea it was going to make me U-E up until the point we practically got into Edinburgh, and then I thought, wait, it's giving me a choice of 2 places to come off, and then I just realised, no, that's when you get back on. Oh, come on, you saw me indicating. Oh, yeah, no, it is. That's the same traffic. It's back. Oh, great. Okay. Suddenly, I'm aware of how much my ass aches as well. Yeah. Can't see any vehicles on that road. I mean, I could have just chanced it maybe and gone the hard shoulder route, but this was I suppose my last job before this was supposed to be my last job. This is turning into a long job now. Okay, what did I say? If I can't come off on the M90, take the next exit and just work my way across the A road, so I'll do that. Nuisance. Sat-nav's still trying to get me to UE, but I'm not going to do that. I'll go come off where it wants me to. Let's just double check it, eh? Okay, let's just have a look at the world map. Okay, and yeah, right. I can't come off at that. There is an exit there. Alright, I'll come off that exit, get onto the A road. Bloody hell. Convoy now. Don't just stop in front of me, you. Oh, look, it's signposted to Aberdeen there anyway. Okay. So next exit, and don't follow the sat-nav to come back on. Otherwise we'll just be trapped in this eternal loop. Wow, this has been a long old session actually. And this happens with the Euro Truck for me for some reason. Every other game, I sort of just eventually, you know, 2-3 hours at most, but Euro Truck, I could probably just go, I want to do a Euro Truck marathon, like a 12-hour bash of it. I don't know why. I mean, it's got nothing to do with charity. It benefits people suffering with cancer in no way whatsoever, but that's the sort of thing that somebody do. I'll do a Euro Truck marathon, kill cancer. Bollocks. It's not going to work, is it? It doesn't work like that. Oh, where's the Sunday 8:29? I think it's time for those lights to come off, you know. Or is it 8:29 p.m? I can't work it out. We'll see if it gets darker or not. We'll find out when we get fined. How are we doing for fuel? Okay. Yeah, so a Euro Truck marathon, 12 hours, only allowed toilet breaks at set times. I can only go to the toilet when I've actually pulled at a service station in-game. Same for food and drinks. It's a 12-hour marathon. I'll have to get a more comfortable seat. I think just my seat's uncomfortable. I've had this for like 5 years now, so it's probably. In fact, I've bolstered it with its own cushion, like a. I mean, it's an orthopaedic cushion though, so I'm surprised. But I probably had the cushion for 5 years as well. So need a more comfortable seat. What I thought about doing was actually just wrenching out a car seat, just going to a scrapyard, you know, finding a reasonably nice car with bucket seats, you know, to where it's a Supra, something like that. I don't know, and then just taking out one of the bucket seats and somehow making that into a sim seat. It's a good job he went left. Yeah, what have I got my fingers on? I've got my fingers on the lights in case I see the police, but I probably don't need the lights on. I don't know. Is it getting darker or lighter? I think it was a 24-hour clock, so that would say 20:58. Yeah, so obviously nothing could be more comfortable than an actual car seat whilst driving a sim, I would have thought. I think that's a reasonably rational way of looking at things. But I don't know how heavy a car seat is. I've never lifted a car seat. I've lifted like back seats out of whatever it was. What did I have? I can't remember. I've lifted seats out of cars that are supposed to be coming out. They're fairly heavy, but they're only back seats. I've never lifted a driver's seat out of a car. Now, if I could keep it with all the adjustments on stuff like that, away you go. Height adjustment, back and forth. That would be absolutely beautiful. The only downside to a driver's car seat is it won't come with an armrest on either side. That is a big downside. I do like armrests. I've got both my arms rested on armrests at the moment. I think that makes a huge difference. Otherwise this would be way too energetic, this game. I'd lose interest. Now this is a bit of a sharp bend. Let's get the foot on the brake a bit. Really over those lines on the left, aren't I? Significantly. Okay. Not far to go, can't be now. Services, don't need it. Don't start yawning on me, for God's sake. Can't wait till this job's done. It's been a long one, this one. I feel like instead of enjoying the nice views of Scotland, which in my mind was exactly why I took this job, I've spent the entire time whining about something. What have I been whining about? What was the most recent whine? Oh, it's good. It's cathartic, actually. I should call my Twitch channel Retro Jimmy's Cathartic Whine whilst driving a truck. Well, obviously I should have the lights off because I didn't get a fine off the stupid police cars that drive around in this game. I think before I stream again, I can't say that I won't have a game off stream. Probably will, I don't know. It's a lot of effort to set this up for a stream, you know. I've got, well, it's just 2 additional webcams, but now I've got to run the streaming software in the background, etc. 2 additional webcams and the microphone, and then just running the software and chatting as well. Obviously don't chat to myself. Well, I am chatting to myself because nobody's watching the stream, I assume. But yeah, it's not that much effort at all, really. So I suppose if I do play, it's not a huge effort to actually stream it, but I think next time I do a stream, oh, our customer expects delivery very soon. Yeah, well, that's okay because I'm coming in. I'm on target. Oh God, that's a bit risky on a blind corner, blind bend. He must know the roads because he must have known that there's no overtaking. Well, technically that's no straddling, and I don't know the difference. I treat it as no overtaking, but actually it's no straddling the middle line. Go figure. Yeah, so before I stream, I want to look at some mods and then get some mods involved, really, something exciting. Things that will improve the world. I don't know about graphics, whether or not I can up the graphics. I presume I'm not pushing my card to the max. The PC isn't going crazy like it does on some of the games I play. So yeah, I could probably whack those up to some sort of ultra settings if not already. I don't think ETS2 is huge on graphics anyway. But yeah, if I can just get some interesting mods on there to do things, improve the gameplay. I've got to skill up really before I start thinking about taking like triple trailers out. I don't even know if you can do that. I know you can in a mod, I don't know if that's something that's like lifelike. The mods don't have to be lifelike, I suppose. Heavy loads, police escorts, all those sorts of things. Could get on the go. Could be interesting. I'd love a mod for more detailed places, actually. Places that I know as well. Then I can go, oh, I recognise that. I've been there. I've seen that. That looks familiar. Then get a little bit nostalgic and then whine about something. Yeah, that's what my streams are. They're sort of 10% reminiscing. I was about to say then 10% nostalgia, but 10% reminiscing, 20% obscure worldview involving political perspectives. That leaves me 70%. I was just working that out. 70% whining. Oh no, I've forgotten about dry stone walls as well. Bloody hell, he's yawning at me. Let's get this drop off done. Get my foot down. 14 miles away. I bet this is the actual road I came down from Fort William to Edinburgh on. I mean, whatever it's called. It just feels like it's in that vicinity. Oh, I can't stop for a sleep because the customer's expecting the bloody delivery. So I'm trying to mitigate the potential of a sleep fine, and I'll end up with a late charge anyway. It's a no-win situation. Well, I'll go for both. Avoid both fines. Okay, that's good news. We're coming off here, so that's got to be closer. Signposted to Aberdeen as well. Come on then. Let me out, let me out, let me out. Second yawn. That's going to be a fine, isn't it? Oh, come on. I've been good. Bloody hell. Oh my god, where have you guys all come from? Because there's roadworks down there, so you haven't come off the M90 or whatever. I'd be joking, it's a Sunday, there's so many commercial vehicles on the road. Right, I'm poking my neck out because I can't wait forever. Well, the trailer didn't knock down a dry stone wall, that's good news. I've actually knocked down a dry stone wall in real life. Back to VAT into one. Company had to pay a fortune. So sorry about that, Telewest Broadband. To have that rebuilt, yeah, I'm sure it was like $2,500 or something. But I don't know. I mean, the customer said they saw me reverse into the neighbour's dry stone wall and knock it over. Right, I honestly, genuinely didn't notice. And the thing that went against me was the step at the back of the van. The lip was all bent to buggery. I mean, it really was like. So I don't know. I surely you'd know if you knocked down a wall, though. That's what I don't get. How did I not notice? Anyway, let it go. It was 25 years ago. Red light. I think I've heard the third yawn as well. That's not a good sign. Okay. Right. Come on, come on. Green, green, green. Let's go green. That's the green. Surely that's going green now. Praying to the gods of the traffic lights. Okay, welcome to Aberdeen. Oh my god, that's wonderful to see. Big container ship. Right, that's the last yawn I'm getting, I presume. Oh, I'm over speed again, I'm 33. I wasn't even waiting, just going for it. Okay, and then into this yard. Let's get a wide berth on this. In we go, and there we have it. Perfectly timed. Let's get that in. Let's get 90 XP this time, that's a good one. It's dead ahead. Let's have a look and see if we can get around the back. Is that only a reverse in jobby? It looks to be. Yeah, it does lock it. Okay, alright, that's fine. Easy peasy. Oh, can I get around that trailer? It's so much easier to see. Can I just go around the back of that trailer? No. Oh dear, that has got to be the last yawn, hasn't it? Surely. Okay, let's just get this round here. Come on then. In you go. My brain stopped working, so I'm really struggling to think how this one's going to... How are we doing on that old lamppost? Oh my god. Ooh, can hear ships in the distance. Stop yawning. This is the last bit. Okay, and that has got to be it now. Come on. That's it. We're done. We're done, we're done, we're done. Oh. Oh, God. Put my foot down. Okay. It's weird because if you brake and keep your foot on the brake, it then reverses. Wow, 650 miles, 26 hours. I can't even remember if I slept or not. What is the old XP? Shoved me right up to level 8. Get in. Let's get some skills. One to choose from. I'm going to go even longer distance. Just keep maxing out that distance. Travel the world. Okay, that's me done, really. I've had enough now. You've had enough. I think that's everything over, to be honest. What I don't know is... Oh, I can do that, yeah. Go on, I've got a right sweat on. Okay, so I'm out, and I'm just going to line this up, actually. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I'm out, and thank you very much if you've watched part of it or the whole thing. If you've watched the whole thing, I'll be blown away. Just, you know, I'm going to archive this to YouTube, so drop a comment, say, I've watched the whole thing, all right? Respect if you did. But even if you watched part of it, fantastic. Give me any feedback you like, I'd appreciate that. And if you want, I'll catch you in the next stream. I'll stream other games, and I'll stream Euro Truck as well. Okay, adios, and that's it over.